Testing 1, 2. Testing, testing, testing. Okay, Arthur, testing English. Testing English. Testing English. Can you hear me? Yep. Okay. Testing English. Testing English.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If we could ask members of council to take their seat, we'll begin the meeting in 1 minute. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, et bienvenue.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 13th April meeting.
Please rise for a moment of reflection and remain standing as we introduce our special guest who will sing our national anthem. If you could remain standing, I'd ask Councillor Keith Eglai to introduce our very special guest who is here to sing our national anthem. Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So this morning we have Katie Abdel-Nour to sing the national anthem for us. And first off, I want to thank Katie because at the last minute I pointed out to her that it was Day of Pink, and it is an initiative of Councillor Hubley who was asking everybody to wear pink today in solidarity. So Katie made sure she got her buttons and her Day of Pink buttons and everything on to support us as well. So thank you for that very much, Katie. Katie is a grade 6 student at St. Rita Elementary School. She's been studying piano and vocals at the Granada Music School for the last 3 years. Her favorite pastimes include reading and musical theater. She's the world's biggest Harry Potter fan. Her favorite authors are J.K. Rowling and J.R.R. Tolkien. And Katie's previous vocal experiences singing the anthem include the 2015 Canadian Little League Championships. She sang at my annual Volunteer Recognition Awards last year, and also at the 2015 Ottawa Sports Awards. And so we're very pleased to have her here today. Katie's going to have to run out right after the anthem, though, because she made her school's basketball team, and they're in a tournament today. So she's pretty excited about that. It's a very big day for her, singing the anthem and then going and shooting some hoops. So, Katie, I'm going to turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Is it on?
It's on.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all our sons' command. Car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Well, that was great, Katie. What a big finish. Thank you very, very much for being with us today. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. Donna Gray to the podium for this meeting's City Builder Award presentation, as well as Donna's ward councillor, Catherine McKenney. J'inviterai aussi sa conseillère.
I would also invite Mrs. Gray's ward councillor, Catherine McKinney, to join us as well.
As a resident of the Rochester Heights community of Ottawa Community Housing, Donna has been a vital resource and connector for her fellow residents. If residents of Rochester Heights have a question, the most common answer is Ask Donna. Lorsque les résidents de Rochester Heights ont une question,
If residents of Rochester Heights have a question, the most common answer is ask Donna.
Ms. Gray helps fellow residents locate and navigate all kinds of supports, from public transit to household furnishings and access to fresh, affordable food. And no task is too small. In 2010, Donna was a driving force behind the community-wide effort to build 2 new play structures for the family of Rochester Heights, and we were honored to be at that dedication. Thanks to Donna's leadership, the community was able to raise $33,000 and build the play structure. C'est grâce au leadership de Donna.
Thanks to Donna's leadership, the community was able to raise $33,000 and build the play structure
de cet quartier. In addition to the play structures, Donna was instrumental in the revitalization projects, such as repaving the basketball courts and applying for OCH community capital grants to install picnic tables and flower planters at every unit. Donna is also the coordinator of the Good Food Markets, which improves access to healthy food, such as fruits, vegetables, for low-income communities. She recruits volunteers for each market day, fostering a sense of community and providing an opportunity for professional skill development for all of those involved. Thank you very much, Donna, for the wonderful contributions that you have made to your community. Merci beaucoup, Donna, pour...
Thank you for your many contributions to the community, Donna.
On behalf of Councillor Catherine McKenney, to present you the Mayor's City Builder Award for this council meeting. Congratulations. Come on up here, Donna. Your turn. There you go.
Right. Thank you. Okay, so as everyone knows, I hate public speaking. So this is quite the trek for me, so bear with me. So I want to thank Mayor Jim Watson and Catherine McKinney for this great award. So I'm just going to read off my paper here, so bear with me again. So the last time I was here, I was presenting a deputation on the importance of good food market and market mobile in our communities. And now this time I'm here to receive the Mayor Jim Watson Award. Thank you so much, Mayor Jim Watson. I would like to share this award with the CEO of Somerset West Community Health Center, Jack McCarthy. He is retiring this year, and he is just the most approachable CEO I had ever met. It made it a pleasure to volunteer with Somerset West. The other person I'd like to share this award with is the former CEO, Joanne Poirier of Ottawa Community Housing. She actually motivated me to do this public speaking years before, and here I am, an excellent CEO. So hats off to the CEOs and the current CEO, Stéphane Guiré. Because of these 2 organizations, and their excellent, awesome staff, it made volunteering with Somerset West Health Center and Ottawa Community Housing a joy. I want to thank you all for enriching my life and my journey, my personal journey, my family, Warren, Kija, and Deja, and my community. Volunteering, I think, is very important in Ottawa. There's a lot of growth and potential. And just keep on volunteering and think outside of the box, because maybe one day it will be in the box. So thank you very much. Okay.
So it's great to honor someone like Donna as we also celebrate National Volunteer Week, and I think we all have city builders in our own communities, and a big thank you to all of those amazing volunteers who make our city the special place it is. Encore un grand merci à tous les.
Thank you to all the volunteers that work in our community.
Please, Madam Deputy Clerk.
Conseiller Manette.
Present.
Councillor Middick.
Present.
Councillor Harder. Councillor Wilkinson.
Present.
Councillor El Shantiri.
Present.
Councillor Caudry,
Present.
Councillor Taylor,
Here.
Councillor Shirelli, Councillor Eglai,
Here.
Councillor Deans. Here. Councillor Tierney,
Present.
Conseiller Fleury,
Ici.
Councillor Nussbaum,
Here.
Councillor McKenney,
Present.
Councillor Leeper,
Here.
Councillor Brockington,
Here.
Councillor Chernyshenko,
Present.
Conseiller Cloutier,
Present.
Conseiller Blais,
Present.
Councillor DeRuse,
Here.
Councillor Moffat,
Here.
Councillor Kakish,
Present.
Councillor Hubley,
Here.
Mayor Watson.
Si.
Le quorum est 10, Monsieur le Maire.
Merci.
You have the quorum, Mr. Mayor.
The minutes, adoption de procès verbaux for the 23rd of March 2016, le 23 mars 2016. Adopté, carried. A declaration of interests, including those originally arising from prior meetings, déclaration de conflit d'intérêt. There are none. Communications as presented. Regrets, absence, no regrets filed to date. Motion to introduce reports. Motion portant présentation de rapport. Councillor Brockington, seconded by Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and good morning. That the Community and Protective Services Committee Report 11, Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 13, and Transportation Committee Report 13 be received and considered, and that pursuant to subsection 35.5 of Procedure Bylaw 2014-441, Council receive and consider Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 14, and that the rules of procedure, subsection 29.3, be suspended to receive and consider Community and Protective Services Committee Report 12. Waiver of the rules is being requested because, due to the length of the committee meeting, the Council report was not ready for distribution to members of Council with the draft agenda.
Okay, on the motion by Councillor Brockington, seconded by Councillor Leeper, carried. Okay, we'll go through the consent agenda. Item number 1 is committee reports. Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report number 14, Zoning Bylaw Amendment, part of 6069 4th Line Road, Modification Règlement de Zonage, partie de 6069 Chemin 4th Line. Carried. Item number 2, Pet Shop Bylaw Review. We'll come back to that because we have motions and people that wish to speak. The same with item number 3, which is the regulating vehicles for hire in the City of Ottawa. We'll come back to that. And then the next is Finance and Economic Development Committee Report number 13, Brownfields Grant Program Application 175 Main Street. Carried. Brownfields Grant Program Application 2012 Ogilvie Road, demande de le cadre de programme de subvention pour les friches industrielles de 012 Chemin Ogilvie. Carried. Item number 6, Canterbury Community Outdoor Covered Refrigerated Rink Facility and Special Area Levy. I believe, I know there's 2 dissenters, but Councillor Cloutier would like to say a few words. Does anyone else wish to speak on this item? And otherwise, we'll put on consent. Okay, Councillor Cloutier, please.
Thank you. Merci, Monsieur le Maire. I know we have a large agenda today. I'll just say a few words. Colleagues, before you this morning is a report with recommendations that support a project for an outdoor covered refrigerated rink facility in Canterbury Park and the funding model required to make it happen. Le rapport
The report refers to the merits of the project and the needs of the community. Many aspects are important in order to fulfill the needs of the community, not only during the winter, but all year long.
That combines DCs, sponsorship, user group contributions, and an area-specific levy. Le projet a un large...
The project has many supports from sports organizations, the schools, scouts, and businesses.
Diligence asked a great question about the consultative process, and I want to assure you that I chose to follow a deliberate process that included discussion on the specific project and its funding model, That was included in my electoral platform, pushed out, of course, through social media, paid ads laying out the project and the funding model in several newspapers, media interviews in The Sun, The Citizen, the Ottawa South News, flyers distributed in the wards, consultations and meetings with community associations, a well-advertised public consultation meeting on February 9th, and many exchanges by phone, email, and in person. We can't fulfill the needs of our growing community and the needs for recreational facilities like this without this transparent and direct funding model. It's a funding model that has been successful in the past and will allow for solutions to occur today. Je veux absolument remercier Madame.
Would like to thank Madam Treasurer Similuk, as well as the managers Wiley and Chenier.
My colleagues for their support, and of course, most importantly, I want to thank the residents of Alta Vista for their vision and confidence in the solution that is for today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So on the report, carried dissent by Councillors Leeper and Moffat. Appreciate that. Thank you. Transportation Committee report number 13, review of congestion pricing tools. We have some speakers on that. Does anyone wish to remove anything from the bulk consent agenda? On the bulk consent agenda as presented? Carried. Okay, so we'll go back to the beginning. And our first item on the agenda is the Pet Shop Bylaw Review, Community and Protective Services Committee. So we have a motion from Councillors Leeper and McKenney. Councillor Leeper, if you'd like to introduce the motion, this in essence reduces the period from 5 to 3 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Thank you, and that is correct, Mr. Mayor. Following the CPS committee meeting at which the committee, thankfully, and I'm grateful, made the decision to eventually prohibit the sale of animals from commercial sources in our local pet stores, regardless of whether they're doing so right now, a total ban. It does strike many in the community that 5 years is a very long time in which to make that transition. It hasn't gone unnoted that with respect to the review of the taxi bylaw, the transition period will obviously be a matter of months. In my case, I know many of us around the table, we've taken a newborn and raised it to school-age child in the course of 5 years, a very long time. I'm asking colleagues to support me in bringing that down to a more reasonable transition period of 3 years, which would still be longer than is the case in the multiple municipalities across the country that have already enacted this ban, usually with a transition period that is about 2 years at most. So to that effect, I'd like to make the following motion. Whereas on March 21st, 2016, the Community and Protective Services Committee passed a motion to allow the 3 pet shops identified in Appendix A in Document 1 of the City of Ottawa staff report to undergo a 5-year transition period to an adoption model where they sell, keep, or offer for sale cats and dogs originating only from a municipal animal shelter, a registered humane society, a registered society for the prevention of cruelty to animals, or a rescue organization. And whereas a transition period is necessary to allow these 3 pet shops to adjust their business approaches to match the new adoption model, and whereas all Ontario municipalities that have already implemented a pet ban had a shorter transition period, which ranged between 3 and 12 months, and whereas a longer transition period allows for the potentially prolonged purchasing of unethically sourced dogs and cats, therefore be it resolved that the City of Ottawa amend this motion to reduce the transition period to the adoption model from 5 years to 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. Thank you very much, Councillor Leeper. Councillor McKenney on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've seconded this motion and will be supporting it. The staff report did recommend that we restrict the source of cats and dogs available for sale in new pet shops and existing licensed pet shops, other than the ones that were already operating. There was a reason why that recommendation came from staff, because we do feel it's an outdated model, and at the same time, some 93% of the residents who responded to the consultations were in favor of have an adoption-only model for pet stores. All other Ontario municipalities who have implemented a ban have had transition periods from 3 to 12 months. So I believe that a transition period of 3 years for Ottawa is a very reasonable compromise. Ban on the pet store sales will also put less demand on our bylaw resources for the next 5 years as opposed to 3 than the status quo. So I will be supporting the lower transition period of 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Eagle, please.
Thank you. Jeff, thank you for bringing this motion. I will absolutely be supporting this. I think that 3 years is more than enough time to come up with an alternative business model, whether that's to put a pet grooming facility or service into your store, or a pet photograph, or move more towards pet toys and food, what have you. 3 years is a good long time, and I think it's more than reasonable, and I think it's, from what I've been able to research, it's about 3 times as long as any other city in the province has done. So I think it's reasonable, I think it's fair, and I'll absolutely be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thank you very much. I know that this subject has been around for a while. We touched on it last term. It didn't come before us last term. Last term, I should also point out that Agricultural Affairs Committee had carriage of the kennel bylaw, and we covered a lot of the issues surrounding this problem. Oddly enough, before we passed the updated kennel bylaw, puppy mills weren't actually illegal in the City of Ottawa. We changed those rules within the kennel bylaw. We worked with the industry, we worked with breeders, we worked with, Bruce Roney was there as well. I remember at the committee that we had in Greeley, I think we had about 33 speakers in Greeley. We were there till 11:30 at night, and we heard what the people were saying. We went back, revisited this issue, and we came back with a stronger kennel bylaw that was supported by the industry. We come through the last election, and I know the activists were quite strong on advocating during that election, and then all of a sudden this is before us now. And the report itself, I think, addressed many of the problems that I think maybe are out there. I think the report itself was fair. You look at the issues I met with PAWS not that long ago on the report, saying that if the report was drafted the way it actually ended up being, that I have no problem supporting that, because it doesn't penalize groups that I would say we have no evidence to say are doing anything wrong. And then we kind of go all Manitowoc County and create a motion that doesn't actually address the reality of the situation. We remove evidence from the equation, and we say, well, okay, well, we're going to give them 5 years to do things right. Even though we don't have any evidence to say they're doing anything wrong, we're going to say they're doing something wrong, and we're going to pretend that 5 years is okay. That, to me, doesn't make sense. You don't convict someone of murder that's innocent and say, well, listen, we're going to give you 5 years to be free on the streets, and you're just going to go to jail after 5 years. If someone has done something wrong and we have evidence to prove it, then that's one thing. But when you have a report before you that shows that there's no evidence to support some of the things, there's stories. There's no question there's stories. There's stories on every single issue. We heard a bunch on Thursday and Friday. But to create a bylaw and a policy that is not based in fact is no way for us to govern. And to see that the way that the activists have pushed us on this, and the tone, the attacks on the individual store owners, the public shaming of those individual store owners by name, is not a fair way to treat people in this city, small business owners in this city. And I feel that this bylaw supports that, condones that behavior. And I think we're doing something wrong. Whether it's 3 years or 5 years, we're saying they are doing something wrong, and yet we have nothing to suggest that we have the evidence to support that theory. So I'm against this motion here. I am against the 5 years in general. I would have supported the original report that was before committee, the report that was changed by committee, but I cannot support it the way it's before us today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. Well, the Community and Protective Services Committee spent about 7 hours considering this issue. We heard from many members of the public on both sides of the debate, and I can tell you that the goal, everyone's goal is the same. The goal is to not have the continuation of the kind of puppy mill practice continue. I think there is some disagreement as to whether the ban of the sale of dogs and cats in pet stores will achieve the goal, but everyone shares the goal. Coming out of the Community and Protective Services Committee, I can tell you that most people on both sides of this divide felt that the committee got it right. They felt that both sides said to the media after that they could live with this. Maybe they'd like to see some tweaking, but basically what they felt that the path forward the committee had chosen was a reasonable one. That path forward was 5 years, and that was after 7 hours of consideration. So I would just ask my council colleagues to accept the recommendation coming out of the committee and stick with the 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Councillor Drews, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Through you, I have to echo what the chairs talk about this. We really debated for 7 hours, and it come down to the bottom is, either though we are giving the term and the time, it doesn't matter if it's 3 or 5 years, but we still implemented new bylaw and new laws that we will be able to track and make this improvement from now to the next 5 years. So I urge my colleague, we heard almost 40 delegation that day, and we've done lots of work and research, and we've met with lots of both party after the committee, and I think 5 years it's fair. There's lots of people have supported this decision, and I urge my council colleague to support the 5 years because really we've dealt with it already at the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. So no other speakers. So Councillor Leeper, you want to wrap up on your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee did get it right. It is the right thing to do to prohibit the sale of animals from commercial sources and to make sure that pets being sold in retail stores only come from animal shelters through the adoption model, other agencies as well. The committee got that right. If it got it right, I'm not sure why we would give stores 5 years to do it. These are small independent business owners. They're nimble. One can well imagine if one wants to replace the revenue lost through the sale of live animals, which we were told at the committee is about 20% of revenue, it is not the majority of it, that they can do so in fairly quick fashion. One can imagine, for example, that if a store wanted to replace the sale of those animals with grooming services, for instance, within a couple of months, one could probably have an arrangement with a groomer, have things advertised in the store. 5 years is an extraordinarily long time to expect that retailers would be able to make a change in their business model. I'm asking because there is always the potential for problems that we shorten the period where those potential problems could happen down to 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So with no more speakers on Councillor Leeper's motion, yeas and nays have been called. Madam Deputy, please.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Tierney. Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor Caudry. Caudry.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Aguilar.
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Middick.
No.
Councillor Wilkinson.
No.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Conseiller Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Blais.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Councillor Kakish?
No.
Conseiller Minette?
No.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
Yes.
Councillor Nussbaum?
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
No.
Mayor Watson?
No.
7 yeas, 17 nays.
Okay, so the amendment is defeated. On the report. Yeas and nays on the report. Sorry, Councillor Brian.
I had a question on there.
Sorry, the names aren't coming up on the screen. So, Councillor Brockington, on the main report.
Thank you, Your Worship. At the committee, which the chair of the committee described as being quite lengthy and comprehensive in all matters, 7 hours, there was some discussion as well about the public demand or request for the public posting of breeders that the pet shops acquire their cats or kittens and puppies from. And I'd like to have a better understanding, if we can, this morning about the potential to ask our pet shops to conform to this request. I do believe it's in the public interest for prospective pet parents to know who the breeders are that the pet shops are engaged with. And I was quite supportive of this request at the committee and made my comments well known there. So can I have a comment from staff on the feasibility of requiring pet shops in Ottawa who sell pets to publicly post breeder information?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know we did provide a briefing note to members of council in terms of questions that came up. With respect to providing information on breeder information, I have legal here beside me who can talk about the privacy issues. That was the concern. So I see Ms. Bietlow has come up, and I will turn the microphone over to her to respond to the privacy issues around that.
Mr. Mayor, privacy issues only arise with personal information. In this case, I believe staff survey revealed that some pet shops were concerned about competitive position and also safety issues related to disclosing the location and the identity of breeders. Those aren't privacy issues per se, but they're more along the lines of health and safety concerns and competitive position of the breeders.
Well, I understand the concerns that the pet shop owners have stated as to why the public posting of breeder information may be problematic, but there's nothing illegal about doing this, and I want that confirmed. And I'd like to know why the city would hesitate in asking our pet shop owners to post this information. Why would it not be in the public interest as a prospective pet owner to know where my pets came from? Why would we not want to facilitate the sharing of this information?
Mr. Mayor, there is nothing, there are no legal impediments to making this requirement.
Okay, so when I suggest that breeder information be publicly available, I'm not suggesting we post the home address of the breeder, but I think it's fair that at least the names of the breeders, whether it's a corporation or, you know, the legal name of the company, be posted and made available, either on demand or at least publicly posted. And so I would like to seek some wording for a potential motion here, because I'm quite interested in this. So I don't know if we take a pause and work on some wording or move on to the next speaker, but this is something I would like to pursue.
Mr. Mayor, I'll have staff work on the councillor's motion right now.
Thank you.
So, Councillor Fleury, are you?
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Because the report was amended to add and the changes to the certification and before the purchase, the certificate before purchase should have been made available. And I think the other point that's also part of the report is the 48 hours, and that's what I was looking to clarify. I wonder what, that was the discussion that we had at committee on impulse purchases, and I wonder how that will be interpreted as part of the regulation. So is that, if someone wants to buy a pet, the store will withhold for 48 hours, or is it you can buy the pet right away and you have up to 48 hours to return the pet? I'd just like clarification on that.
Mr. Mayor, in our discussions with the pet shops who do currently sell pets in the City of Ottawa, they indicated that that is part of the regular policy. That's how they do business. Typically, they indicate that individuals coming in to purchase a pet will have come in on a variety of occasions before they make that purchase, but they also indicated they're willing to, and they do that currently, if somebody does an impulse buy and brings it back, they would take that pet back. We certainly, going forward, we license these pet shops. If we have a concern regarding that practice, we can always come back and look for amendments to the bylaw. We can also go before the licensing committee and look for conditions on a pet shop if we think there's problems associated with that, and they aren't necessarily being above board in terms of ensuring people don't buy these pets and can't bring them back because they didn't want them.
So I'm not clear. So are we requiring that as part of the licensing?
No, we aren't at this point.
But I thought that was pretty clear out of the committee that these two items, the certification of the pet before purchase and the return policy would be amendments to our license requirements.
That wasn't the direction we had understood. I know we were asked to look at it, and I know we did provide clarification in terms of our recommendations. If it's the direction of the committee to council wanting us to do that, I could ask for further comment from legal in terms of our ability to do that. But at this point, we're not recommending it. We certainly can come back and speak to it, and we can come back, as I indicated, through licensing committee to put that condition on if we feel there's a problem with
I'll certainly speak to the chair offline, but I'm getting frustrated with committee's work on direction to staff and not being reflected in final reports, because what's the use of having these long delegations, these direction to staff, and then we get to final council, and then we reignite all those discussions. We had long hours. We agreed to the report with 2 amendments. Being able to see the certification of the animals before purchase, which was a clear and fair indicator, and actually goes against the puppy mills, and then having a clear understanding of the return policy, which I think everyone as a consumer should have the right. So I do not understand why that's not reflected in the final report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question of staff. I noted in the staff report that the following line was contained. Staff say, additionally, excluding the inspected establishment option would likely drive the operations currently accessed by the 3 pet shops to other unregulated venues, such as online, which is an important statement. And then the committee provided direction to staff that staff work with legal services to determine what, if any, authority the city may have with respect to regulating online services. And so my question is, in the time that's elapsed between the committee and council, would legal staff be able to give us any indication at this stage, and I know it's still early, but is it your assumption that there would be the legal authority to look at options to regulate online sales of cats and dogs? Because the concern that I have is, if we're going to go with the amended report from the committee, which gives these 3 stores 5 years, it would be good to know whether or not after that period we'll be in a position to have some regulatory control over the online sales. If we don't, of course, there's the risk, as staff say, of driving this type of operation to more unregulated and unsavory venues. Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, in response, I can confirm that legal staff did provide the information. I believe Chief DeMonte did circulate his memo that the city does have the current authority under the Municipal Act to regulate the sale of cats and dogs on an online approach, and in fact other municipalities have undertaken to do so in Ontario. Excellent. Okay, thank you so much.
Right, thank you, Councillor Nussbaum. Councillor Deans, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. O'Connor, just want to be very clear on that, just to follow up on Councillor Fleury's questions. Is the municipality able to mandate that the pet stores must provide a certificate of the source of that animal when the animal is being sold?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the municipal council could make that a condition of having the license.
Okay. And then is the municipality able also to mandate a 48-hour return policy to get away from that impulse buying that people are concerned about?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay. Councillor Blais, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. How is it that we supposed to try to regulate the sale online?
Mr. Mayor, as part of our licensing powers, we are able to regulate and enforce online aspects of a licensed business. There is no impediment to doing that.
So
in terms of how, I believe that's an operational question.
So if the business is located physically in Ottawa and selling online, we can regulate that. But if they're physically located, say, in Rockland or anywhere near here, but selling online into Ottawa, can we regulate that?
That's correct. The Municipal Act provides that if the licensed business is being conducted in the jurisdiction, then it falls under our licensing powers.
What if the business itself is being conducted in a neighboring jurisdiction, just there happens to be an advertisement online which is seen by someone in our jurisdiction? I'm trying to figure out how we regulate the Internet, which, you know, bodies bigger and more impressive than ours haven't been able to figure out how to do. And so if an owner in Rockland, or a business owner in Rockland, wants to sell dogs or cats online, and those dogs and cats are located in Rockland, and the exchange of funds will be happen in Rockland, and the only activity that is happening is that the ad was seen on Facebook or Kijiji or any other thing by someone who happens to live in Ottawa, how do we regulate that? Is it based on where the server is located? Like what are we talking about?
Perhaps, Mr. Mayor, I can provide further clarification. We can deal with any activity that occurs in the city of Ottawa that would be in violation of our bylaw. To your point in the example where if a sale takes place outside the city, it wouldn't happen. We happen for enforcement purposes to use online all the time to identify illegal activity in the city of Ottawa. So we would only be able to deal with any activity that occurred from within.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. We have another motion by Councillor Brockington. If you'd like to introduce it, Councillor Brockington, seconded by Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just based on earlier discussion, I'd like to move, seconded by Councillor Leeper, that licensed pet shops be required to publicly disclose the name of the breeding establishments from which their cats and dogs are sourced without disclosing personal information.
So just on clarification, the personal information would be the address, and I'm not sure if the breeder is a person, you're not going to give their name. What would you be providing under this resolution?
Well, perhaps staff can define that.
Answer that.
Generally, Mr. Mayor, you're correct. Something like someone's personal home address and that type of information. However, as we indicated earlier, if your business is John Smith Breeding Company, well, then that would be public information. So, but we will be going on a case-by-case basis to make sure they're adhering to the law.
Councillor Fleury, please.
Mr. Mayor, I did write the motion. I have a seconder in Councillor McKinney for the discussion at committee. I don't have the whereas, but I can read the therefore be it resolved, if that works with you.
Yep, go ahead.
So that we amend the report requiring pet shops to provide certificate of breeder to clients ahead of purchase, and that we require as part of the licensing to protect consumers against the issue of impulse buying for every purchase to allow 48 hours working days return policy. This reflects exactly what we talked at committee, and unfortunately wasn't tied into the requirements for the amended license.
Okay, so we'll get that typed up and put on the screen. Thank you. Councillor Chiarelli, please.
I just want a clarification on the Brockington motion as to whether it's proposing that the breeder be disclosed to everybody or just the purchaser.
Councillor Brockington.
The intent, Mr. Mayor, would be that the information be publicly posted in the shop for any person to view and to see. That you would not have to intend to purchase to get that information, that it would be posted for people to see.
Yeah, I think the challenge with this, and this is one of the challenges of making these kinds of motions at council instead of committee, is there is a privacy issue first and foremost. My understanding from some of the pet shop owners is there's a concern about potential vigilantism of going to these breeders. So I think if it's one individual who happens to breed golden labs, the privacy rules would not allow us to give the name or address. So I'm not sure what you're left with. So I would encourage people not to vote for this motion, but that's council's decision. Councillor Moffat, please.
I agree with what the mayor just said. I mean, you're creating one specific policy for one business. I mean, you don't go into Walmart and find out where do you get all your product from. If I'm the consumer, if every single business has to provide information on where their source comes from, I'll just go straight to the source. What's the point of having stores? What's the point? It makes no sense. You don't produce the information of where you buy your product from. No store does that to any great degree. I mean, I don't know if any store does that. I used to work at Golftown. We don't highlight the sale that we spend to Callaway. Well, we buy this from Callaway for this amount. You can buy it from us for this amount, but you can also just go to Callaway and get it directly from there because you don't really need us. I realize that's the goal here. That's what you're trying to do. You don't want them to buy it at a pet store, so you're trying to make it difficult for pet stores to operate. But this is, anyways, like I said, I agree with the mayor. I think this is a ridiculous motion and it achieves nothing.
Well, the other thing is that it will just, if you see the breeders, you're going in to buy a golden lab, you'll go directly to the golden lab and then there goes the sale of the store. Maybe that's the intent of the motion. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just like to point out that there is a significant amount of consumer information that's provided at the retail point of sale with products right across the spectrum. There are regulations that enforce the disclosure of where a product is made. Certainly, we always have the brand of the product. There's any amount of information that consumers can use in making choices. And we do see consumers often making choices about what to purchase based on their own values and based on the information that is provided to the consumers, much of it driven by regulation. I would like to ask, again, I'm hearing a couple of different stories. Mr. Mayor, you've asserted that the line between personal and private seems blurry. May I just ask legal counsel again to clarify, at what point does personal information become more public information?
Mr. Mayor, the identity of a commercial entity is public information.
Yeah. So, I mean, many of the breeders who are going to be selling product on a wholesale basis, presumably, to retail shops are incorporated. They're paying taxes under a corporation, and that information is very public.
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McKenney, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting Councillor Brockington, sorry, Councillor Brockington's motion. Yeah, we may not know where golf balls come from, but we're talking about animals. We're talking about living animals, and I would actually dispute that. We would know where the golf balls come from. They're all packaged, and we could quite easily track down the source. Anybody can go to a breeder and bypass a store. They do it all the time. We heard from the Canadian Kennel Society, the Ottawa Kennel Society. They have breeders. They actually will not put their animals for sale in pet shops, but they have breeders. They're well advertised. You can go to those breeders today if you want your golden retriever, puppy, or whatever it is that you're looking for. So this is not about bypassing a store. This is about having information available on, on live animals, puppies and kittens that, quite frankly, are more vulnerable to any type of abuse or misuse than sweaters or golf balls or any other type of product. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. So we have two motions in the main report. The first is from Councillor Brockington, seconded by Councillor Leeper. Therefore, be it resolved that licensed pet shops be required to publicly disclose the name of the breeding establishments from which their cats and dogs are sourced without disclosing personal information. Okay, yeas and nays on this, please. The Brockington-Leeper motion.
Councillor Brockington.
Yes.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
No.
Councillor Caudry.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Eglai.
No.
Conseiller Fleury.
No.
Councillor Taylor.
Nope.
Councillor Middick.
No.
Councillor Wilkinson.
No.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Conseiller Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Blais.
No.
Councillor McKinney.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Shirelli.
No.
Councillor Kakish.
No.
Conseiller Manette.
No.
Councillor Harder.
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko.
Yes.
Councillor Nussbaum.
No.
Councillor Elshantiri.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No.
5 yeas, 19 nays.
Okay, that's defeated. The next motion is from Councillor Fleury, seconded by Councillor McKinney. The Council amend the report requiring pet shops to provide certificates to clients ahead of purchase, and that we require as part of the license to protect consumers against the issue of impulse buying for every purchase to require at least 48-hour working day return policy.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Deans.
I asked Councillor Fleury for a friendly amendment, which he has agreed to, but it's not reflected in the report. It would say, instead of saying at the time of ahead of purchase, it would say at the time of purchase.
Sorry, that is where on the sheet, Councillor Deans?
The City Council amend the report requiring pet shops to provide certificates to clients at the time of purchase.
Okay, instead of the word ahead. Okay, that's a friendly amendment, Councillor Fleury?
It is, Mr.
Okay. Councillor Leeper, do you wish to speak on this motion?
I have a question of staff. I just want to make sure I understand the jurisdictional issues. These look like consumer protection. Does the municipality have the ability to enact this regulation?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, as part of its licensing powers.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sir McKinney, please.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. So when we say at the point of sale, that still would happen before they actually exchanged money. So that they will, because what we heard at the committee was you will get all of that once you've paid for the animal and you're on your way out after the purchase. So I just want clarification that this will happen at the point of purchase, but before you actually pay your money and can change your mind if, in fact, you find that it's not a suitable breeder or you don't have the information that you would have needed to make that decision to purchase.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
So, Ms. Jones, from your perspective, is this doable and workable, this particular two suggestions that Councillor Fleury has brought forward?
Mr. Mayor, yes, it is.
Okay. So, Councillor Elshantiri, please.
Basically, that was my question, Mr. Mayor, to the staff, but also when we are making those bylaw here and policy changes, do we have an ability to enforce those, or we're just saying yes here and just to make the councillors happy, but as an enforcement, we have zero enforcement or knowledge about the enforcement?
Mr. Mayor, we work with the pet shops. There's 3 involved here. It's a small number. We'll work closely with them, and we're confident we have the ability to enforce.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Elshantiri. Councillor Fleury, to wrap up on your motion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, so this really reflects the discussion at committee. Again, I don't know why it wasn't reflected in the final report. The idea here is that we heard from the Humane Society that the majority of animals they receive is from impulse buying. So we want to make sure that we fix the issue before it falls into the Humane Society hands. And then the second one was related to having access to that certificate before you purchase the animal, so that you can have a bit more information. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Fleury, seconded by Councillor McKenney. Sorry, Councillor Egli?
City Council amend the report requiring pet shops to provide certificates. Is that not kind of general? Like a certificate pertaining to what? Well, I understand it says certificate. I'm just not sure what that means. I'm sorry. I'm just not sure what that means.
So do we have, Ms. Jones, do you understand what providing a certificate would be? And
Certificates, Mr. Mayor, is to verify who the breeder is and where the pet came from. And that's what we'll be working with in terms, when you purchase a dog, for example, through the Canadian Kennel Club, you get a certificate, identifies the breeder. That's the intent of the regulation going forward.
That's your intent, Councillor Fleury? Okay. Councillor Kakish, please, on the Fleury-McKenney amendment.
I just had a quick question to staff, because from what I recall from committee at the time, the businesses indicated that they already issue some sort of certificate to the purchasers. So I'm not sure what we're trying to do with this motion. Is that not correct from what I recall, that they do provide that already?
That is our understanding, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I don't see any. This is a redundant motion.
Okay, Councillor Caudry, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just coming back to that point, Ms. Jones, in this particular case, if we're changing this policy that was approved by committee, can we or are we allowed to do that and put something in that the public didn't have a comment period attached to it when they could have done that at committee? Why are we doing this this morning rather than what the committee recommendation was?
Mr. Mayor, with regards to the process, notice was given in advance. Public consultation took place, and the public meeting, the member is correct, that is where the work of council is often done. That being said, there is often changes of committee reports at council, and while, yes, council is always subject to a challenge in court with regards to any of its bylaw actions, I would suggest that it would be small risk in this case.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Caudry. Councillor Harder, please. No. Okay, so...
No, Mr. Mayor, I know I shook my head, but I was shaking my head for another reason. So I just want to ask Ms. Jones how we are going to monitor these certificates. I mean, when you're saying certificates and some of the questions that came up, I'm thinking Cabbage Patch dolls, you know, and every decade has said something. Really now, I forget what the newest thing is. My grandchildren are playing. It comes with a little name. Hi, my name is Rhonda. That kind of thing. How are we going to monitor this? What is the real purpose of it? How are we going to know they're doing it? How are we going to know they're not lying? Are they going to have to provide a copy of every single one to your staff? And then, if so, are we going to have to create some administration to monitor that as well?
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that's certainly not our intent. Typically, with respect to licensed establishments, our inspectors will go in a couple of times a year. During that period, we'll look at the conditions of the requirements of the license and look at samples of an audit of samples to ensure compliance, and we'll respond to complaints. We do not intend to do 100% proactive auditing of the books on a daily basis to ensure compliance. Typically, it's our public who will let us know when there's problems.
So this is going to be one of those feel-good things we do, and I'm going to ask for yeas and nays because I'm not supporting it. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just coming back to Councillor Kakish's question where he suggested this is a redundant motion because they're already handing out those certificates. If it's a redundant motion, why are we going ahead with this motion? What's the impact of the motion if it's already in there?
Mr. Mayor, what staff understand this to be would be formalizing a practice that is currently with the 3 shops. You would now be making it part of your regulatory regime, and presumably for any future shops that wish to do this, it would also apply in that instance.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor McKenney, please.
So I just want to point out that at committee, we heard clearly from the pet shops that they provide the information after the point of sale. They were quite clear about that. So this is only asking that it be done at the point of sale. So it isn't really redundant. It's, you know, it means that someone will get the information as they're purchasing the pet, not after.
Okay, so we've been, yeas and nays have been called on the Fleury-McKenney motion.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Caudry?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury?
Oui.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Councillor Middick?
Yes.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Conseiller Cloutier?
Yes.
Councillor Blais?
No.
Councillor McKenney?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Kakish?
No.
Conseiller Minette?
No.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
Yes.
Councillor Nussbaum?
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
No.
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
15 yeas, 9 nays.
Okay, so on the main report as amended. Carried. Any dissents on the main report? Councillors Moffat and DeRuse? No. Shirelli, Caudry, and Blais. All right, yeas and nays been called on the main report.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Caudry?
Yes.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury?
Oui.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Councillor Middick?
Oui.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Conseiller Cloutier?
Oui.
Councillor Blais?
No.
Councillor McKenney?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Councillor Kakish?
Yes.
Conseiller Minette?
Oui.
Councillor Harder?
Yes.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
Yes.
Councillor Nussbaum?
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
Yes.
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
21 yeas, 3 nays.
All right, thank you very much. Our next item, Community and Protective Services Committee Report number 12, rapport numéro 12 du Comité de services communautaires et de protection. Item number 3, regulating vehicles for hire in the City of Ottawa, taxis, limousines, and private transportation companies. I have a number of motions. I'd ask at this time if anyone has another motion on this item, if they could please present it to the Deputy Clerk so we can have it circulated. So that people have a chance to read it and staff have an opportunity to comment on it. As I said, we have a number of motions, so we'll go through those as we receive them, but I'd ask Councillor Diane Deans, who's the Chair of Community and Protective Services, whose committee has worked very, very hard and had long meetings last week to deal with this, and I thank her and the committee members, and I know most members of Council at some point during that 18-hour period were at the table as well. So we had a lot of questions asked, and I'd turn it over for opening introductory remarks by Councillor Deans. Then we will go motion by motion.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
A point of clarification.
In itself, Mr. Mayor, how you plan to deal with them? Like, are they come in from within the report first, or how the sequence of the motions?
Well, as they were received, and we'll deal with them one at a time.
And my question to legal, isn't the motion from within the report should be rights first? Motion from within the report, whether defeated or passed, shouldn't that come first?
Well, we have the main report before us, but we also have a number of motions to amend it, so we have to deal with the amendments before we deal with the main report.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Deans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Community and Protective Services Committee met last Thursday and Friday, April 7th and 8th, to consider the staff proposals regarding the Vehicle for Hire bylaws. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all of those who participated. All members of council were invited to attend and engage in the debate, and many joined us to listen to the public and to contribute to the recommendations. I'd like to thank Vice Chair Brockington, who agreed to put all motions on the floor of the committee for those members of council who are not committee members. After hearing from many stakeholders and members of the public over the span of 18 hours, the committee is presenting to council a comprehensive package that will reform and modernize the Vehicle for Hire bylaws in the City of Ottawa. I want to take this opportunity to offer a few observations. The City of Ottawa is responding to the public's strong desire and demand for change in the Vehicle for Hire industry. We've heard from more than 6,000 residents through a widespread public consultation, and the message is clear: change, reform, modernize, innovate, and allow competition. Although there are those in the industry that believe the sky is falling, there is really nothing to suggest that that is true. I'd like to emphasize that this report is about allowing competition in the industry, but it's also about ensuring that everyone can thrive. We're not picking sides. We're simply taking the handcuffs off the taxi industry to allow them to modernize and remain competitive in our fast-changing environment. Mr. Mayor, one of the more contentious issues at the committee was around requiring cameras in PTC vehicles. Councillor Brockington and Harder will table a motion this morning asking staff to report back on this issue after 1 year of operation. I think the Brockington-Harder motion is a reasonable path forward. A year will allow sufficient empirical data to demonstrate if any legitimate safety concerns have arisen. I want to talk about what this report does for the traditional taxi industries that PTCs cannot do. Taxis will continue to be the sole source of business for a number of demographics, including the lucrative $9 million accessible business, and will have exclusive access to street hails, taxi stands, cash transactions, and those who call for a cab that old-fashioned way by telephone. We've proposed to end the accessible driver licensing fees and reduce the standard licensing fees from $170 to $96. Presuming this report passes today, PTCs will only be able to offer arranged rides through an app. We know that the city, as the regulator, has no direct control over the open market. That being said, plate values may adjust somewhat to the new open market environment, at least in the short term. But, Mr. Mayor, I believe the dire predictions of doom and gloom will not come to pass. In fact, as long as all that exclusive business that I just mentioned remains the sole domain of the taxi industry, and as long as council limits the number of plates issued, the taxi business will remain lucrative. I truly believe that all of the categories of the Vehicle for Hire industry that staff have recommended can thrive and exist together in our city. We've heard from resident after resident in our consultations that the public is overwhelmingly impressed with PTCs. The reported convenience, ease of use, customer service, and feeling of safety speak for themselves. My feeling is that the public has sent an important message to the taxi industry. Change is necessary. Modernize, innovate, and compete. Recognize that this rapidly changing world will continue to offer both challenges and opportunities. Carpe diem. To PTCs, I would say that we welcome the competition, but we expect you to operate within our regulatory framework. We intend to enforce the provisions of the bylaw, and we expect you to be in full compliance. To the province, I would say it's time to step up and give municipalities the enforcement tools we need to protect the public and ensure that the will of the public and the will of council can be enforced. And finally, to city staff, our consultants, and to my council colleagues, I want to say a sincere thank you for demonstrating that the City of Ottawa is truly an innovative city. This is a landmark public policy decision. I, for one, am proud to be a member of a council that is being given the chance to blaze a trail for others. We've been given this important opportunity to adapt to the 21st century. We must not waste it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Thank you very much, Councillor Deans. Councillor El-Shantir, we're going to the motions as we've received them. Was there anything that your mic is on now that you wanted to?
My mic's on, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to ask my colleague, because on the committee I have asked if Uber will be suspending operation during this time of where the bylaw, and I heard my colleague talking about they would respect the regulatory. So I'd like to know, based on the letter she sent to the VP of Uber, are they going to comply? Are they going to suspend operation in the meantime?
Yeah.
That's a question we had asked on committee.
When we get to the main report, I'll put you first on the list, but I think we have to go through the motions as we receive them, as we normally do. So thank you. So the first amendment, and I haven't received any others, so we have a number of them here. The first is from Councillor Brockington, seconded by Councillor Harder. If you would like to introduce your motion, Councillor Brockington, we'll introduce, and then we will deal with them one at a time.
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly for those who attended the 18 hours worth of committee hearings last week will know that the committee thought long and hard about the entire industry and the changes that we wanted to make to the industry moving forward. And one of the more contentious issues that we as the committee wrestled with was whether or not we would regulate and implement as a requirement in-car cameras in our private transportation companies or for those cars. And I don't think there's been an item or an issue since being elected as a city councillor that I have struggled with to the same frequency as I have with this one. I do see the value and necessity for having cameras inside of our taxi cabs, and I've struggled with no cameras in the private transportation cars. I see the value and the safety aspect that there is with these cameras, but I also studied and listened to all the reasons why and how risk is being mitigated with those private transportation companies. There are a lot of aspects to this mode that don't exist that we have in the traditional taxis, and I think we heard Chair Deans talk about no cash transactions, no street hailing, and particularly with the app, you know who the driver and customer are. So that helps mitigate those types of aspects as well. And at committee, I did not vote to proceed with the camera, and yet over the weekend, that didn't sit well with me. I really struggled with that decision, and I struggled with whether or not I would be exposing patrons to private transportation vehicles to undue risk. And I reflected on what my role is as a councillor to ensure that that risk be addressed. And so with that, Mr. Mayor, I thought about, and one question I asked at committee when I asked the city solicitor, I wanted to know if council endorsed no cameras in private transportation vehicles, whether or not we would be handcuffing our ability at some point in the future to revisit this item. If there were events that occurred within those vehicles, and in the absence of cameras, whether the city would be not just putting itself at risk, but what risk would we be putting the citizens of Ottawa, the most important people that we should be focusing on in this discussion? And the answer was no, that if new information came about, new data, that council can certainly reflect on that and make decisions going forward. So what we have before us today and what I'm trying to strike here is a balance between the need for public safety, and yet the independent consultant's report said there is no requirement for cameras, that a lot of the areas where risk exists with taxi does not exist in the PTCs, and that in the absence of this information or data, the recommendation was to not proceed with cameras. But I would like there for an opportunity for this council through the committee to reflect on events, and we've called for a review. We've called for information to come back to us at the 3-month, 6-month, and 12-month period, and I think it's very wise, after 1 year in particular, after staff have been able to analyze and review the lay of the land after 1 year of implementation, particularly if safety issues exist and if there is a demonstrated need for in-car cameras, that we revisit that a year from now, that we have a greater conversation and reflection on that need once we have actual data in our hands. And so that would not handcuff this council's ability to review this matter at that point. So for me, that's what I needed, because I didn't want to say no and then that's it, that's all. I wanted this council to have the ability to reflect on this in a fairly short time period. So, Your Worship, thanks to Councillor Harder for seconding this. We put this on the floor for Council's reflection. I do think this strikes the right balance, and I'm asking for support on this today. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor El-Shantiri on this motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to my colleague. I, for one, Mr. Mayor, I still believe what my colleague just said about the health and safety of both the driver and the passenger, and if that's what we have in mind, why waiting? We saw the benefits from it in the past. But I want to ask legal, Mr. O'Connor, my colleagues directing staff within a year, can this become basically in 6 months the review, so we don't have to wait a year? And if it's so, if staff be comfortable, and then I'll ask my colleague if you will accept the friendly amendment to 6 months versus a year, if you see we can do that review within 6 months.
Mr. Mayor, the short answer to that question on behalf of staff is no, I would not see it being done in a shorter period of time. I think staff would be seeking through this review both new data and facts and metrics which are grounded in the Ottawa experience. I also feel that a 1-year timeline would enable staff to review this particular matter over 4 seasons, which may or may not be a consideration at the end of the day. It is Ottawa, after all. And I think staff is generally of the view that 6 months as a timeline would not be sufficient to gather all of the empirical evidence from both the industry and, I think, from our residents. So, with respect, Mr. Mayor, I would prefer the year timeline remain the same.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri. Councillor Aglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had other questions, but your answer to the last question, Mr. O'Connor, leads me down a different direction. So already those staff have committed to giving a report, a written report in 6 months on compliance issues. Are you suggesting that staff are not going to be able to do that within 6 months? Or are you suggesting that the issue of safety is that much different than the other compliance pieces? I'm confused.
Treading carefully, Mr. Mayor, with regards to what I believe staff are capable of, I think the resourcing is such that they would be able to do this particular review within the year's timeline, and I think the safety requirements and consumer protection are that important. So I still believe that 12 months is the preferred approach from the staff perspective.
But again, so for clarity, but you believe that staff can report on everything else within 6 months?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I'm having some difficulty with that, but I'll move on to some other questions. And this is a procedural question to the clerk. So Councillor El-Shantiri also has a motion which was considered at committee about cameras in Uber or PTCs, period, going forward. What's the impact of this motion on his motion? If this motion passes, what happens to Councillor El-Shantiri's motion? Is it then redundant, or?
Mr. Mayor, I am of the view that if this motion carries procedurally, then the follow-up motion would be redundant.
Okay. So next question is, and this I guess is to you, Ms. Jones. The motion indicates that in preparation of this report, you'll examine the issue of safety complaints. Now, in effect, the report makes Uber or whatever PTC to be self-regulating. So you're not going to have the same mechanism to make a complaint as you would with a taxi cab. So what safety complaints does this motion anticipate that you're going to review? Are you going to compel Uber to provide to you any complaints they receive internally through their rating system, for example, or through text? Mr. Schaefer talked about his emergency response team last week. So how are you going to gather this information in 6 months or a year or however long?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we still envision that complaints will be received, if complaints are received against a licensee, which would be Uber. It's our intent to fully do enforcement and be working with Uber to understand the issues that they're dealing with respect to complaints. We still anticipate, because they will be a licensed industry, as we have other licensed industries that don't necessarily license the employees that are working for them, that we will continue to get complaints. That will be part of our report back when we talk to that and determine if there are safety issues. And if we do hear about that, we fully intend to report back to council on what the issues are. But we do anticipate we will still get complaints around safety, and we will definitely record those.
But correct me if I'm wrong, in the proposed report, or proposed bylaw rather, there is no mechanism for a resident to make a complaint against Uber for the service that they received in the car directly to the city. Or am I missing that?
There is always a mechanism to complain to our office regarding a licensee. In terms of what they complain about, we will have to determine what that information is and assess what the issues are. But there's always a mechanism to complain about any licensee in our city and report that to us.
Okay. I'm not sure it's that clear in the report, but all right. So in light of, I'm going to pose a question perhaps on behalf of Councillor El-Shantiri. In light of the fact that sitting around this table we have faith in staff to get the job done, and in light of Mr. O'Connor's answer, is the mover of the motion open to a friendly amendment to 6 months?
Councillor Brockington?
Based on the staff advice, no.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Aglai. Councillor Shirelli, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. To staff again, is it the production of the report within 6 months is a difficulty, or the gathering of the information within 6 months? And is it how long it will take to gather 6 months worth of information, or what you can gather by the end of 6 months, which is the issue?
Mr. Mayor, if I understood the member's question, I think it's the latter in both instances. It's actually the gathering of the data and the information.
Okay. Isn't some of the difficulty here that the PTCs or Uber or whichever company ends up doing this is actually gathering its own information, and there is no mechanism here by which Uber or any PTC is required to share that information with us?
Excuse me one second, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, as stated by the Deputy City Manager, there is always a mechanism available to consumers to complain to the city, to the Chief License Inspector about a licensed business, particularly for issues of breaches of the bylaw or breaches of intent of the bylaw. That is always possible to the Chief License Inspector.
Okay. All right. But information about objectionable conduct within the vehicle, unless it rises to something seriously criminal, is not going to end up in our possession unless Uber or the PTC gives it to us. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, any breaches of the bylaw would be a matter for the Chief License Inspector to receive a complaint or, and as a result, to commence an investigation, including, for example, breaches of conduct related to prohibited activities, such as picking up a street hail or providing the service without meeting the requirements of the bylaw. Issues of specific conduct of drivers in terms of customer service, I think the member of council is correct. That is not a matter that would come automatically to the city. As Mrs. Jones said, complaints to the city would have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, but for a lot of us who would like cameras in the vehicles, what we're looking at is the conduct of the passenger and of the driver. And if that information is held by Uber or the PTC, then when you do the review, you're not going to have a lot of that information anyway, unless it as we've seen in other cities, unless it is reported in the media or rises to the police.
Mr. Mayor, I think the way staff are looking at it, and I'll speak on behalf of Ms. Jones, operationally is we would be doing something along the lines of asking the public to provide us directly with that information, which they could do voluntarily throughout the course of the year.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, that's fine for now.
Councillor Shirley, is that all? Councillor Blais, please.
Thanks very much. What empirical data do you anticipate attempting to collect in preparing your report back?
Mr. Mayor, the data we would be looking at is to actually show that because of lack of cameras in vehicles, that at the end of the day, if there's problems, we're unable to prosecute, or police are unable to prosecute because of the problems associated with it. We'll also be looking at either a high volume that would warrant additional regulations, and that would be part of the empirical data that we would require to come forward before this council to make recommendations for additional rules. At this point, we don't have that evidence to support a recommendation to allow that in.
And you'll be seeking this evidence only from Ottawa or from other jurisdictions?
We would be looking at Ottawa as we did. We looked at Ottawa with respect to taxis and cameras years ago, although I know Mr. O'Connor, the acting city manager, provided information with respect to studies that have been done on the overall taxi industry. But certainly we would be looking at Ottawa first, and yes, we'll look at other jurisdictions as well.
No, that's true. I know.
Okay, and so the report, what form will it take? When you report back, what form will it take? Will it be a memo and then an IPD on the bottom of an agenda that no one pays attention to, or is it going to be a report back with recommendations that have to be considered and voted on?
Mr. Mayor, knowing the importance of this, we'll be reporting back to committee and council by way of a report.
Okay. And is it possible, as part of this review...
Councillor Blais, can you put your mic closer? It's very difficult, and I'd ask members of council who are having conversations, it's really difficult for a lot of people to hear, so please speak closely into the microphone. Thank you.
No problem, Mr. Mayor. Is it possible, as part of this review, I understood one of the bigger challenges for the implementation of cameras, despite some view that they're unnecessary, is also the cost, and then the difficulty in their inability to be moved when they're not needed for provision of the service. So as part of this review, could staff undertake to review technology changes that would better facilitate that movement, so that in future, if you could put a GoPro up and then put it in your glove box or something like that, or on your phone, that could be part of the consideration?
Mr. Mayor, that is our full intent to do that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Blais. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Take this off now. The timing of this, again, when do you start doing this review?
Mr. Mayor, I would be of the view that if this were passed today, we would start the clock ticking from today, so it would be next April we would be coming forward.
I can't hear you.
1 year would start with council passage, should they do so today, of this motion and of this report, and we would be back here next April.
Okay, so the report will come back next April. So that, because I've been getting different
Just a
views on that
clarification,
from other
Councillor
staff.
Wilkinson. Just a clarification, because I think there is a motion to bring this forward 3 months later. So I think it would have to start when the bylaw kicks in, would it not, Mr. O'Connor, in September?
Mr. Mayor, we could do it either way, as long as we're clear, but I had envisioned it starting today.
I think the deputy clerk might have had a different opinion, and I know how you two don't want to fight. But
I was going to say that would not be unusual,
she's
Mr.
right
Mayor.
behind you. Well, I think at the end of the day, it's 3 months starting or now, it's going to be really the discretion of the staff, but I think it would be difficult to start studying something that doesn't come into effect until the bylaw comes into effect. Is that a fair statement, Mr. O'Connor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. After I've discussed it with the deputy, she's clarified my view.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that's exactly why I asked that question, because I've heard different viewpoints on it, and I think they can start it right now because they're operating right now, and I think we should be collecting any data that we receive now, even before that. And that means we're not going to be dealing with it until probably October of 2017, if it doesn't start till the 30th of September. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, the councillor is correct with regards to the change in the timeline, that it would be in the fall of 2017. That being said, staff would still, I would suspect, begin their empirical data research right now.
Okay. I think the research should, and anything we've heard from people already have had experiences, because I've heard of a few, and I'm sure there are a few out there. I would like to see that a lot faster. And I just would say to staff, if they can get it done earlier, if they can bring it forward before that date, I would think it would be appreciated by a lot of members of this council, and I'll leave it to them because I do know you have to get enough information. The second thing is, follows through what Councillor Blais was saying, and go a little bit farther on that. We have a very strong IT group in Ottawa. We have the technology for recording things. The number one in the cloud is here in Ottawa in the world. We have all sorts of things. So as part of your things, I would like to ask, and this just be a direction to staff if it's acceptable, that you use our IT committee and Charles Duffett to actually work with local community businesses here to, if they don't have it, to develop a low-cost digital type camera that could be attached to, again, the Uber drivers have to turn that on when they're on service, attached to that, so it's on only when they're on service for Uber and off when they're not on service for Uber, and have the same kind of controls on it that we have with the taxis so that you can't tamper with it. And that would create a lower cost camera that would also be helpful for the taxi drivers. And I would like to have that information included in the report when it comes back, so that if we make a decision on cameras, we're making it knowing full well what the kind of costs will be. Is it possible that you can include that in your report when it comes forward?
Mr. Mayor, I've already had discussions with our head CIO on this, Charles Duffett. We will be fully engaging our IT folks and their expertise, and we'll be looking at all options, which will include the local options as well, to find the most cost-effective, affordable camera that will meet the police needs as well at the same time. Yeah, so that's our intent.
I think members of the IT committee would be quite happy to help with all of that. I think that's really important, because I actually strongly believe we should have cameras right now. I think one bad incident in an Uber car, just one, is enough that we shouldn't have. And there's been influence in the States that this has happened. There have been cases of very serious attacks in Uber-driven vehicles, including for the driver as well as for the passenger. So I think the sooner we can get this back, the better. I'm quite aware of the fact if we put it forward to do it right now, that the tone around this council is not to approve it. So I am supporting this motion, but on the basis that it will give us the ability, and I fully expect that we will be adding cameras in a year's time, because I think we will have enough evidence to do that. So that's all I have on this one, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Maybe other things and other items.
Yeah, we'll deal with one at a time. Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Councillor Kakish on the Brockington-Harder motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I think Councillor Brockington has brought up some good points in his pitch, but I do have some concerns with this motion because I think, it highlights how preoccupied we've become with bending the rules to accommodate this company. So I don't know about you, but I don't want to be having this conversation again in 6 months or 12 months. I want to put it to bed today. And I think we need to have that vote on the camera today, whether it's yes or no. There's no benefit in having this conversation again in another 3 or 6 months or whatever that time period is going to be. So my question to staff and to the city solicitor is, what would prevent us, if the camera motion were to be defeated today, what would prevent us from, and there were problems with Uber down the road, what would prevent us from opening this? Because it's being worded now that it's very black and white, and if we don't do it now, it's not going to happen in the future. What procedural, legal impediments do we have to not have that conversation if issues were to arise, and if, the ban is defeated now?
Mr. Mayor, in the normal course, if you didn't have this motion in front of you, and if you voted down a motion with regards to cameras, what would usually take place is either there would be new information or a new term of council to revisit a particular issue. If you vote in favor of this motion, and indeed you vote against the subsequent motion with regards to putting cameras in today, you would still have that opportunity very free and clear at the time that the year-long report came in to have that same discussion and same vote.
So there's a bit of chatter in the back here. I just want to make sure I got that right. So we will have the ability to open that and have that vote even if we put it to bed today, if there are problems arising in Uber vehicles.
That would be my opinion, yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Kakis. Councillor Taylor on the motion, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Last week, the Council of Canadians with Disabilities opposed this report, and I'm concerned for our community who have accessible needs or live with developmental exceptionalities. Many of those individuals count on regular or accessible taxis for travel, and many draw comfort from having a security camera on board. Many of those individuals are also very price sensitive because they're living with exceptional costs in many cases. And I'm conscious of the fact that they may be drawn to the potentially cheaper PTC prices and trading that off against a feeling of safety from having monitoring on board, whether it's for themselves or for a loved one. So I'd like to hear from staff on whether that's been contemplated in the staff's position on cameras, as well as not just with respect to Now and Uber, but PTCs in general and the potential future for the rollout of an accessible PTC force, whether that's within Uber or another company.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the councillor, yes, we certainly did contemplate it. In terms of all the PTCs and the overall messaging is that we wanted to ensure that we were providing a regulated area with respect to accessibility. We actually made the decision to recommend that accessible service continue to remain within the taxi cab service, and that individuals who were electing to go by way of a PTC would be doing so recognizing that there could be surge pricing and other things associated with that. Also important to understand that part of our recommendation as well is that the taxi industry will also enjoy the same opportunities to lower the price, so hopefully that will become more of an incentive as well. Once again, we'll continue to look at these regulations as we go forward, and we're being directed to come back on the camera side of it. We will see this as a new area of regulation, what unveils itself, and if there's problems associated with respect to what you're bringing up, Mr. Mayor, through the council, that we will certainly look at that.
Okay, just for clarity's sake, though, so that I'm clear, you don't feel that there is a value in having a camera inside an accessible vehicle?
I'm going to echo the comments provided by our city manager and city solicitor. At this point, we don't have the data or the evidence to recommend cameras in this new PTC. We certainly will come back and report on whether that's warranted in the future based on what we determine is the concerns out there.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Middick, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
On the motion before us.
Is it possible to maybe the motion, the councillor put the motion forward, could we have some data on what's happening in taxis over the next 12 months as well? Because this discussion has me thinking that perhaps we've entered an age where cameras may not be required in any car. And maybe if a taxi is on the new eCab system, or they are a good driver and aren't having any complaints put against them, perhaps they don't need to pay for new cameras moving into the future either.
Mr. Mayor, we can take that as direction. We fully intend to work with the police on the activity associated with cameras in cabs and taxis, and that can be part of our reporting back.
Thank you, because in that we've heard a lot of testimony, but we haven't seen any real data. So if we could get some real data behind it, perhaps we could make a decision to make it cheaper for our taxi fleet as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Minnick. Conseiller Monette, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a very quick question to legal for clarification. So if we're voting on this one here right now, does that mean we will not be voting on the camera issue further in the report?
Yeah, I'll respond to that as chair. No, I will allow the vote on the cab motion.
Just needing clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci, Conseiller Monette. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking forward to supporting Councillor Brockington's motion to come back to fundamentals. The staff recommendation, the committee recommendation was made with eyes wide open. We recognize the cameras are an issue. Both staff and the committee have made it clear that they don't consider that it's going to result in an increased security risk. But we don't want to wash our hands of it at that point. What Councillor Brockington's motion does is make sure that we're not going to coast. And I think that's important. I'm looking forward to saying yes to Councillor Brockington's motion. I hope my colleagues do as well, so that we can move on with the job of liberalizing to a degree this sector.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. To wrap up on his motion, Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to review, the committee voted not to install cameras in the private transportation vehicles. What we're being asked to ponder this morning is to direct staff to monitor, collect, and assess the potential need for cameras over a one-year period. And we are to make decisions based on the data that exists. We know that private consultant has recommended not to have cameras. It's difficult. We don't want to over-regulate, but you never want to compromise public safety. And so I think at the end of 1 year, once the clock starts ticking at the end of September, we review that data. We review what staff has been able to collect, and we review that. And I know some councillors may be uncomfortable having a similar conversation a year from now, but I think that would be necessary at least to get that report and see what evidence exists and make decisions to go forward. And I think, Mr. Mayor, it's very normal in industries that make significant changes that after a short period of time you reflect on how things are going and you monitor it, and if you need to make tweaks or changes going forward, you do that. That's normal practice in any industry, and I think it's paramount that this council do that as well. So I ask my colleagues this morning to support this. I do believe that this is a compromise that strikes the right balance, and a year from now, if we need to make changes, we will. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councillor. And I just want to add my comment. I thank Councillors Brockington and Harder. I think this is a reasonable suggestion. And on the motion, carried. Dissent by Councillor Elshantiri, Monette, Shirelli, and Kakish. Okay. The next motion is from Councillor Deroux, seconded by Councillor Fleury, with respect to HST issues for PTCs. Councillor Deroux, if you'd like to introduce your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is during the Marathon Committee meeting last week, we heard many individuals about if PTCs will be serving in the City of Ottawa, will be paying HST. We will be asking for clarification from CRA regarding HST and for PTC drivers. This motion is to clean up some loose end and to see if the federal government confirms that PTC driver must pay HST. I want to thank Councillor Fleury for seconding my motion, and I will the motion in front of us on the screen, and I will go to the therefore to be resolved that Council directs staff to review the response received from the Canada Revenue Agency and include any recommended by law amendments for private transportation company to address HST obligations if appropriate and required. and that a similar review be made with respect to all vehicles for hire, if appropriate and required, as part of the compliance report following the receipt of the federal government response. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Great. I think this is a very sensible suggestion, and I know that a number of members of the cab industry expressed concern about the potential for PTCs not paying HST. So thank you, Councillor DeRose, for bringing that forward. Councillor Wilkinson, please, on this motion.
Yeah, just a question for staff, Mr. Mayor. Mr. O'Connor, it's under the taxi license regulations, I believe that HST is required to be paid, and there's no limitation on the amounts, the 30,000 limit, things of that nature. Heard that. I just want to find out about that.
Mr. Mayor, the bylaw is actually silent on HST. It refers to GST.
Does anybody know what HST requirements are for taxis now in the country from CRA?
Mr. Mayor, according to information available from the Canada Revenue Agency, taxi and limousine providers are required to register for an HST number and are subject to the rules regarding reporting and the processes imposed by CRA.
Okay. I asked it as a committee, and I was told that Uber drivers are, in fact, a form of taxi because they are for hire. That was clarified at the committee meeting. I just want to make sure everybody knows that.
Mr. Mayor, that is part of the reason why we're consulting with CRA.
Yeah. So, and as well with the CRA, I would hope this also means that any income that they're making, but CRA will obviously look after that. Anyway, I don't think we need to put that in the motion then. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. Conseil Blais, s'il vous plaît.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. If CRA chooses to indulge us in this matter and requests the list of Uber drivers that we receive, will we be required to, or will we decide to provide that to CRA for enforcement?
Mr. Mayor, I would anticipate that the city would abide by any legal request from CRA for disclosure of information. Otherwise, we are subject to the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
And so could anyone then make a MFIPA request for the names of all drivers we receive from PTCs then?
Mr. Mayor, I would anticipate anyone could make that request, yes.
And they would receive it without any blackouts, or is Mr. DiMonte shaking his head no? So I'm just trying to make
no,
sure.
they would not receive it. But yes, subject to blackouts. So what we want to reiterate again is we would follow our regular processes and procedures with regards to a Freedom of Information request under the municipal legislation.
And does that legislation treat Crown agencies and Crown departments like CRA differently than individuals, or do we disclose to them more information than we disclose to regular everyday people?
Only, Mr. Mayor, if it's legally required under their enabling legislation. So if they have legislation that demands of that and the federal parliament has passed it, we would obey that law.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Connor.
Great. Would you like to wrap up, Councillor DeRose?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is very important motion, as we heard from the industry, and making sure that the City of Ottawa doing our due diligence. So I really, after we heard all what the requests and all the delegation concern, we're trying to making sure that we are doing our job and making sure that we are delivering on what we are promising. So I encourage my colleague to support my motion. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much. On the motion, carried. Adopté. Merci. The next amendment motion is from Councillor Moffat, seconded by Councillor Hubley, amendment to owned and non-owned automobile insurance requirements. Councillor Moffat, please.
Thank you very much. I'll just read the entire thing. Whereas the Community Protection Services Committee recommends that all vehicle for hire license C categories be required to obtain and maintain $5 million insurance limits with respect to either automobile liability insurance or non-owned automobile liability insurance, as the case may be, depending upon whether the particular licensee owns the vehicle used for the licensed business. And whereas this is in addition to requirements for taxi brokers, taxi plate holders, limousine service providers, and new plate private transportation company licensees to also obtain commercial general liability insurance. And whereas stakeholders from the private transportation company industry have advised that the proposed $5 million limit for automobile insurance, both owned and non-owned as the case may be, is onerous, and furthermore, representatives of Intact Insurance have also advised that this is not required at this time. And whereas the taxi industry is currently required to have $2 million automobile liability insurance, and the limousine industry currently is required to have $1 million in automobile liability insurance, and that this has been identified as a common element in a staff report. And whereas the KPMG report recommended a $2 million threshold, therefore be it resolved that Council approve an amendment to reduce the automobile insurance requirements, both owned and non-owned as the case may be, depending on the category of licensee, for all vehicle for hire categories from $5 million to $2 million as follows. 1, private transportation company licensees in respect of non-owned automobile insurance requirements, and PTC drivers in respect of automobile insurance as provided in recommendation 2B and document 2. 2, taxi brokers in respect of non-owned automobile insurance requirements as provided in recommendation 3I and document 1. 3, taxi plate holders in respect of automobile insurance requirements covering each taxi cab driver authorized to drive a taxi cab as provided in recommendation 3I and document 3. And 4, limousine service providers in respect of automobile insurance as provided in recommendation 4.6 and document 4.
Councillor Kakish.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And, you know, I feel a bit of peer pressure because I'm surrounded by the mover and the seconder of this motion, and I disagree with them. I think we had a good discussion about this at committee, and Mr. O'Connor, correct me if I'm wrong, but we consulted exhaustively on this, and I think the recommendation in the staff report was to move it from that $2 million to the $5 million number, and you also got an external insurance expert litigator to look at that, and I think staff were comfortable with $5 million. And again, this is more rule bending as far as I'm concerned and watering down of the legislation to appease a certain party. Is that fair?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and perhaps I can just summarize some of that debate because it might be important for those that weren't here. And yes, this is very specifically a staff recommendation. With regards to the consultation we did previously, we spoke to Halpenny Insurance Brokers Limited, which is an independent consultant we retained, and I reminded the committee that I did say in full disclosure that they are a railroad insurer, but they do have expertise in this area, and they agreed that $5 million was the appropriate level for this type of automobile insurance. Also spoke with PBL Insurance, which is the taxi industry's broker here in Ottawa. They also agreed that $5 million was appropriate. We also touched base with Aon Insurance, which is the city's broker, and they also agreed. On the last point, Mr. Mayor, I just want to be clear, we did seek out external legal counsel who's an expert in this area, and his comment was that $2 million would be the minimum. So he was kind of hedging his bets. Now, having said that, Mr. Mayor, we also discussed at the committee meeting the fact that, and I want to be absolutely clear, we are looking at this from a sort of go-forward position, and we think that there have been a number of settlements and cases. Appreciate they are not specifically with regards to the city as regulator, but we have seen the trend moving up, and this is not a scientific, this is anecdotal. I release these figures twice a year, and members of council and the public have seen $2 and $3 and $4 and $5 million settlements, and recently other cases that have been announced. Having said that, I did share with the committee that there has only been in the last 15 years that I'm aware of one case where we were sued related to a taxi where we were the regulator. And to be fair, in that case, we did not pay any of the settlement money because we were able to say that as the regulator, we were not responsible. Finally, Mr. Mayor, it would be important for me to share. We did share all the information that we received from Uber and their insurance summaries, and the fact that they firmly believe that $2 million covers it, and their insurer is of that mind. And also, Mr. Mayor, or Mr. Deputy Mayor, the KPMG report recommended $2 million. And it would be fair for me to also say the City of Toronto staff recommended $2 million. So I couldn't convince my colleagues down the road to go to $5 million. But so this is a balancing act that Council will have to consider.
Okay. Well, I urge my colleagues not to look up to the City of Toronto on this and many other policy issues, but I think we had clear consensus and agreement on the 2 to 5, and that was a staff recommendation. And, as was highlighted now, this is clearly being done to accommodate one of the insurance providers that Uber's been working with, and I urge you to stick to your guns and vote the way we did at committee.
Thank you, Councillor Kakish. Councillor DeRoos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To you, I also feel the pressure from my colleague on my left because he put the motion forward, but I have to echo Councillor Kakish. We're doing all this to keep our public safety safe, and we're making sure we have an extra cushion. As we heard from Mr. O'Connor, that the minimum is $2 million, and we've been talking about that. We discussed that through committee, and we've been talking about it lengthily. And I don't think $2 million should be enough, and I don't think we should look at a different model like what Toronto is doing or not. I think we should be doing this as a councillor and what we feel better for our resident and for our community. So I encourage my colleague to look at the price tag is not about what the price tag that the insurance is providing. It's what we feel. It's etiquette, and it's good to provide protection for our residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeRoos. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Haven't taxi drivers carried $5 million in insurance for some time now? Haven't they already gone to $5 million?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is what the industry has advised us, yes.
And that was without direction from the city. That was on their own accord. They wanted to be leaders on this matter. They recognized the risks that driving entails. They themselves voluntarily went to $5 million. Is that correct?
That is what we were advised, yes.
Okay. So there was a recent case in Toronto where a car with, I believe, 3 occupants was involved in a serious crash. They were young. They have bodily injury. Is it fair to say that if there is a legal settlement for these individuals, that it could well exceed $2 million?
It would depend on the circumstances, but yes, it's entirely possible, Mr. Mayor.
And it's your firm belief as well today that we should be moving in the direction of ensuring that all drivers, taxi or private transportation, have $5 million in coverage. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. That is why I have made that recommendation.
Thank you. We should reject the motion that's on the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Councillor Blair.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I have to agree with Councillor Brockington. All of our internal experts, external experts, those that were consulted by staff agree that $5 million is the correct level of insurance. I understand that the only reason this motion is coming forward is because the only PTC currently operating in Ottawa has said it might just be tough for them to find that level of insurance. Well, 8 weeks ago, there was no insurance for PTCs at all, and guess what? Now there is, because there's a market for it. And so I imagine that there will be soon a market for $5 million of insurance for this type of business activity, because we will create one. So I would urge everyone to reject this motion. I think there's only so far you should bend your principles to allow one business to operate in your city. And I think, frankly, we've already bent them a little bit too far.
Thank you, Councillor Blair. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. And I'm just wondering, I know taxi insurance, people transportation insurance, is an incredibly expensive cost for anybody endeavoring to transfer people around, whether they're in the taxi industry or I'm assuming in the private transportation company business. And I'm wondering if the mover of the motion would be open to a friendly amendment that would include that the city write to the Financial Services Commission of Ontario and ask that they review the provision of commercial insurance for all types of people moving vehicles to ensure that there was broad availability of it in the voluntary market rather than the facility association market, which is the much more costly. You can't get anybody to voluntarily offer you insurance. So it's really a non-controversial addition. It would simply put us in a space where we would be writing to the government on behalf, or Fisco, on behalf of the city suggesting that FSCO look at its own rules and regulations to ensure that it's great for councils to pass motions saying we mandate that you must have X amount of insurance, but we have to make sure that the other levels of government are doing their part to make sure that that insurance is available in the marketplace to purchase.
On the friendly amendment?
Yeah.
Good. Councillor Moffat, have the mic, please.
Thank you. Just to be clear, you had mentioned you had said commercial liability insurance. This motion isn't about commercial liability insurance. It's about automobile liability insurance. So just to be clear.
Same difference. We can amend the language.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Eagley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So, Mr. O'Connor, just to recap, so all of the experts you consulted recommended 5. Now, you pointed out that the city has only been sued once as a licensee, and that we didn't pay anything out at that time. Is that correct?
Once as the regulator with
regulator. Sorry,
that's correct.
And we didn't pay anything out. But if I'm understanding what you're saying, the trend that you're seeing, generally speaking, in these kinds of cases, for the people who are actually injured, is the settlements are trending up and over $2 million.
Yes, and again, as I said, Mr. Chair, it's not done with an analytical or scientific bent. It is based on our review of motor vehicle accidents in general that we've been paying out since 2006, since I started to record those statistics.
So to accept this motion as it is, basically what we're potentially doing is putting the passengers in a cab or in a PTC car. We're putting them at risk that there's not enough money in the kitty to settle the case to deal with their future needs and concerns. Correct? I know you don't want to answer it, but...
It sounds, Mr. Chair, like one of those rhetorical questions, so I was hoping it was.
You were hoping which?
It was a rhetorical question.
No, I'd like a yes or no from you. Based on what you're seeing as a lawyer in the litigation field, the numbers going up, do you feel comfortable that at $2 million, the individuals, not the city being sued, but the individuals who are the passengers and putting themselves at risk in the vehicles, that there would be proper coverage should there be a catastrophic injury?
Mr. Mayor, I think I would reiterate what our external legal counsel said is $2 million would be the minimum, but in this case we've been recommending $5 million. So to answer the councillor, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And just to follow up, based on that, what I'm hearing, I think it would be a disservice to the public at large if we voted to reduce the amount of coverage available for them in the case of a catastrophic accident. So I won't be supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Eagley. Councillor Mittick. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to help me out, what would be the difference in premium for a driver? Can I get a notion of how much per month or year that would be?
Mr. Mayor, based on information that we have received, and it's been difficult to obtain on the licensed taxi side, the difference in premium may be up to $1,000 more.
Per year?
Yes, and that's, if you recall, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, we require the taxi plate holder to obtain that automobile insurance on behalf of their drivers. On the PTC side, the only product that's currently available is the product that was approved this February by FSCO. It's a product being written by Aviva Insurance. The difference in premium from 2 to 5 will largely depend on the particular circumstances of that driver.
Right.
But it could be as little as a few $100s more up to $1,000 or more, depending on the particular circumstances. So driver history, the type of vehicle they drive, their accident history, that type of thing.
Okay. So the cost of that insurance that's currently being borne by the plate holder is presumably getting passed down to the driver at some point in the fees and leases that they pay.
That's my understanding.
Yeah. So there's a potential for a significant difference there by lowering this amount. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Mittick.
Thank you, Chair. To go further on what Councillor Leeper was asking, is there a lower than 5 but higher than 2 minimum staff would be happy with? Because we're looking to reduce costs for individual drivers. $1,000 sounds like a lot of money to me if it can be saved. And it seems like we might be able to put a option here where the driver himself might be able to decide whether or not he or she wants $2, $3, $4, or $5 million, depending on, like you said, their personal record or maybe their driving history.
Yes, Mr. Chair. What we learned from our expert advisors was the fact that in the business of insurance, 5 is the next regular limit. I don't want to lead council astray and say you couldn't get 3 or 4, but what we're told from the insurance experts is 5 is the next limit that they would.
So it's check the box for 2 or 5?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Mete. Councillor Chantieri.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I don't have a question for staff, but I think I was on a debate, and it's clearly where our staff sit on this one. And I would encourage my colleague to defeat this motion and continue with the $5 million insurance. I think that was the right thing to do and was recommended, and I think we should continue with that and vote this motion down.
Thank you, Councillor Chantieri. Councillor Brockington.
Mr. Chair, I'm just requesting, since I'm the last speaker, a divided vote on this question, that we vote separately on the Moffat motion, and then we vote separately on the Taylor motion. Yeah. We deal with them individually.
Okay. At this point, I'll ask Councillor Moffat to wrap up.
Thank you. So just on it, there seems to be some confusion as to what the motivation for this is. The first thing when we came forward with this report on March 30th, one of the first comments we heard from the taxi industry was that the increase to $5 million liability insurance would increase their costs as well. So sure, we're doing a few things over here that might benefit them, but we're also doing a few things here which are going to increase their costs. So to suggest that this motion helps only one side is completely erroneous. The reality is that these costs are going to be applied to every single person in this industry. Increasing from $2 million liability insurance up to $5 million liability insurance is an unnecessary increase in drivers, in single plate holders. We're just increasing their costs. On one side, we're expanding the business to decrease their market, but on the other side, we're increasing their costs. So this motion addresses that. This motion keeps status quo on where we are for our liability insurance, and it's fair to everyone across the board. But just to raise the insurance on one side because we think that we're going to hurt the other side, that's a poor logic to take in terms of being opposed to this motion. This motion also helps taxi drivers, because they're the ones that are paying the insurance. They're the ones paying the rent. So if you want to increase rents or increase costs on the taxi drivers, then by all means, vote against this motion. Vote for the $5 million liability insurance. But if the goal is to help on both sides, that's what this does. So this is not, just to summarize, say this, I'm repeating myself, but this is not just to help one side. This will help taxi drivers as well, because they're the ones that are being subject to the increase in insurance that's unnecessary. KPMG said as much, that we don't need to go this high. Other municipalities don't go this high. I remember I used to carry liability insurance myself for 9 years because of a job I used to do, and $2 million liability insurance is a standard across the board, and I would recommend to council that this is the direction we go in, because there's really no reason not to.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Moffat. So we have a motion from Councillor Taylor. I don't know if it's up on the screen at this stage. So we'll just wait till we see that up on the screen. Yeah, I think is Councillor Taylor's amendment friendly, Councillor Moffat? Is Councillor Taylor's amendment friendly?
Yeah.
Okay, on the Taylor motion? Carried? sent by Kakish and DeRuse. And did someone wish that one of the items be split? That was it. Okay. So on the Moffat-Hubley motion, yeas and nays.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
No.
Councillor Moffat?
Yes.
Councillor Caudry?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Egli?
No.
Conseiller Flitty?
Oui.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Councillor Middick?
Yes.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Deans? Yes. Conseiller Cloutier?
Oui.
Conseiller Blais?
No.
Councillor McKinney?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
Yes.
Councillor Shirelli?
No.
Councillor Kakish?
No.
Conseiller Manette?
No.
Councillor Harder?
Yes.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
No.
Councillor Nussbaum?
Yes.
Councillor Al-Shantiri?
No.
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
13 yeas, 11 nays.
Okay. The next motion we have is moved by Councillor Tierney, seconded by Councillor DeRuse, with respect to vehicle age limit. So, Councillor Tierney, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. During this whole process, it came to our attention that in the KPMG report, it did mention 10 years for vehicle length. In speaking with the industry itself and speaking with many drivers, they work very hard, and they're not driving 10 or 15,000 kilometers a year. They're driving several more, so usually they're changing their vehicles on a regular basis. And having a 10-year window would almost be seen as bonusing PTCs. They feel comfortable with 8. I've spoken with them several times about it, and they take a lot of pride in their vehicles. So I'll just go with you. Therefore, be it resolved that Council approve the maximum vehicle age of 8 years for taxi cabs as set out by the taxi bylaw be retained, and the maximum vehicle age of 8 years be established for PTC and limousines outside of the vintage category, with biannual inspections for all vehicles greater than 5 years of age.
Okay, thank you very much for the work you put into that, Councillor Tierney and DeRuse, and Councillor Middick, please, on the motion.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to staff, just for a little history, do we know where the 8 years came from? It seems to me like I'm not a bit of a car guy. Most cars that are inspected twice a year and go through the kind of rigorous oversight that our taxis go through, mileage might be a better measurement of how often they should be replaced. So why would we want to keep the costs up on drivers by reducing it to 8 years instead of giving them the break to 10 years if that's possible?
Mr. Mayor, historically at amalgamation, when we came forward to harmonize and consolidate the existing bylaws, we had no age limits, and the average age of our vehicles were around 15 years of age. Recognized as well that these vehicles had to go through inspections twice a year, notwithstanding that the quality was not very good. When we came forward with recommendations, the age limit initially was actually 7. As we were able to undertake regular inspections, determined that 8 was an appropriate age, and we have had very few complaints regarding the quality of our taxis with respect to that limit.
Right. Okay. But again, if a car is inspected twice a year, I'm not sure how its quality could be in question. I mean, it's every 6 months we're looking at it. So, sticking with the theme of reduced cost for the drivers, I'm going to not support this because I want to see each driver have a chance to reduce his costs, and those 2 extra years is a lot of money when if you're a driver for a taxi cab company. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Middick. Councillor Caudry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And just a question to staff. In terms of our own vehicles, between the different services and our own fleet vehicles,
do we judge them by age or by mileage in terms of life cycle renewal?
Through the mayor, it's with respect to our fleet services oversees that, and they've got different standards depending on the use of the vehicle. Mr. DeMonte will tell you that through our ambulances, there's certain regulations which dictate that they come off the road, but we have a comprehensive review of how those vehicles are addressed, and we do take them off the road when at some point it gets too expensive to maintain them. So I know Mr. Wiley isn't here today, but we don't necessarily speak to age. We speak to the quality of the vehicle, the mileage, and the maintenance on them that dictates when they come off the road, be it a fire truck versus a light fleet sedan.
So both items do play a factor in terms of our own vehicles, whether it be, both mileage and maintenance records of those vehicles, plus the time would be included in that. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, more specifically the maintenance and mileage and the quality and condition of the vehicle, and when it becomes cost prohibitive to keep an older vehicle on the road.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Caudry. Councillor Tierney, would you like to wrap up?
Great. Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank the industry, the taxi industry. They really respect their vehicles. They put a lot of investment in them, and I want to thank you for the great work that you do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I know that in my meetings with Mr. Singh and his colleagues, this was something that they very much wanted us to bring forward, and I appreciate you bringing forward this motion. So on the motion, carried. Dissent by Kakish. Well, why don't we do yeas and nays? There are lots of... All right, so on the Tierney-DeRue's motion.
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Caudry?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
Yes.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury?
No.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Councillor Middick?
No.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Deans?
Yes.
Conseiller Cloutier?
No.
Conseiller Blais?
No.
Councillor McKenney?
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse?
Yes.
Councillor Hughley?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Kakish?
No.
Conseiller Manette?
No.
Councillor Harder?
Yes.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
No.
Councillor Nussbaum?
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
Yes.
Mayor Watson?
Yes.
12 yeas, 12 nays.
So that lost on a tie. Okay. Next is transferability of new taxi plate licenses, moved by Councillor Moffat, seconded by Councillor McKenney.
Thank you. So this kind of goes back to something that we discussed last term of council, and it sort of sets us down a path that we were on prior to then. So whereas the City of Ottawa has issued 1,188 taxi plates, including 1,001 standard taxi plates and 187 accessible taxi plates, and it is desirable to establish an equitable and uniform structure for taxi plate ownership with respect to any new taxi plates that are issued, as well as for previously issued taxi plates. And whereas the taxi bylaw provides for the transfer of a standard taxi plate holder license, an accessible taxi plate holder license that was converted from a standard taxi plate holder license, and an accessible taxi plate holder license provided that the transfer takes place more than 5 years after the date of issuance of the original accessible taxi plate holder license or the date of transfer authorized under the bylaw. Whereas any new taxi plate holder license issued must be for accessible vehicles, and the Chief License Inspector would be in a position to put 4 additional accessible taxi cabs into circulation for service should the Council approve recommendations in the staff report titled Regulating Vehicles for Hire in the City of Ottawa, Taxis, Limousines, and Private Transportation Companies, to expand the regulated area to the entire City of Ottawa and to amend the ratio of plates to population from 1 to 784 to 1 to 806, and whereas accessible taxi plates were originally intended to be non-transferable, and this is a good time to reintroduce that concept into the new Vehicle for Hire bylaw. Therefore, be it resolved that the City Council approve that all new taxi plate holder licenses issued by the City of Ottawa be non-transferable, including the 4 accessible taxi plate holder licenses that may be approved as part of the recommendations related to the regulating vehicles for hire in the City of Ottawa, taxis, limousines, and private transportation companies report. And be it further resolved that any new names for the accessible taxi cab priority waiting list be restricted to only those taxi cab drivers who are not accessible or standard taxi plate holders.
Okay, thank you. Councillor El-Shantiri on the motion, please.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask the mover and the seconder, this motion didn't come to committee and was not have the public discussion on this. Would they agree to send this at least back to the committee to deal with it? Because I think making that policy here is disheartening, Mr. Mayor, because there was never the attempt to talk about this during the 18 hours I attended the meeting. It was never brought up.
So you're moving this to be referred back to CPS?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and
seconded by Councillor
Aglai or Shirelli.
Shirelli. Question to staff. Councillor Nussbaum, please.
I guess the key question is, if Councillor El-Shantiri's motion were to pass, we would need some assurance, or at least some of us might need some assurance that the licenses are not issued before committee and council have an opportunity to opine on it. So could staff assure us that if Councillor El-Shantiri's motion were to pass, that the licenses would be held back until such time as council had an opportunity to decide on the matter? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, in the normal course of referring things back to committee for public consultation, it would then rise back to council, so no licenses would be issued in the interim.
I think, Councillor Nussbaum, you meant Councillor Moffat's motion, the one we're dealing with right now.
No, I was sorry. What I was saying is, before deciding on how I would vote on Councillor El-Shantiri's deferral motion, I needed to know that answer. Okay. I now have that answer. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you.
So on deferral, or referral rather, referral. Excuse me.
Okay.
I have Councillor Shirelli on referral.
It's fine.
Nope. Councillor Blais on referral. Councillor Moffat on referral.
So can I just get clarification that if we refer this to committee, we're talking about transferable plates in general? All of it?
No, I think it's just the motion that you've got before you.
Then I don't see a need to refer to committee. If we're only talking about 4 plates, this is a path that we were down before. This is a path that council voted in favor of going against 14 to 8. 8 councillors suggested that we should maintain the non-transferability of accessible taxi plates. We're trying to go back to a situation where we don't transfer accessible taxi plates. And to say that it didn't come up during the committee, it came up. And speakers, delegations at the committee on Thursday mentioned the issues with transferable plates. And if you don't think they did, then I'm not sure you were listening. And also leading up to it, as far back as October, taxi drivers had mentioned issues with the transferable plates. Transferable plates is an issue in this city and any market that allows for them. And this addresses merely on a going forward basis that we don't allow the 4 that are going to be issued, just 4 of 1,188 aren't going to be issued as transferable plates, and that any future ones are also non-transferable.
Okay, on referral, Councillor Kakish.
Just have a quick question to staff on the Moffat motion in terms of, are there any legal concerns with, given all the ones that are in the market now are transferable, we're creating a 2-tier sort of transferable and these 4 that aren't. I don't have any issues with the Moffat motion, but I'm just wondering from a legal perspective, is there anything of concern from that perspective?
No, Mr. Mayor, because as I read the motion, it would be on a go-forward basis, so I don't see those legal issues.
Okay, thanks.
On referral, Councillor Wilkinson.
Mr. Mayor, this motion has 2 parts to it, and we can argue about the 4 ones, but it also, I think it's really quite important to say that it should only be given to people who don't already have plates and things. So I think it's something worthwhile taking a look at. It's a simple matter to do so I support referring it.
Okay, on referral.
4 plates.
Carried.
No.
Yeas and nays.
Councillor Brockington?
Yes.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Caudry?
Yes.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury?
No.
Councillor Taylor?
No.
Councillor Middick?
No.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Deans? No. Conseiller Cloutier?
No.
Conseiller Blais?
No.
Councillor McKenney?
No.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Kakish?
No.
Conseiller Manette?
Oui.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
No.
Councillor Nussbaum?
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
Yes.
Mayor Watson?
No.
8 yeas, 16 nays.
Okay, so we're back with Councillor Moffat's original motion. I noticed most members of CPS voted not to refer it, including the chair. No coincidence. Councillor Blais on Councillor Moffat's motion, please.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just as the last, there you go. Did the last be it resolved, is that effectively saying, just so I'm clear, that existing plate owners will not be able to apply for the new 4 plates you're contemplating issuing?
Sorry, to the Mayor, if I'm hearing correctly, what that is essentially saying is that any new names that come onto the list who want to be eligible to receive a plate cannot currently own an accessible plate or standard taxi plate.
So basically, has to go to someone new.
Who is only a driver and not a plate holder.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Blais. Councillor McKenney on the Moffat-McKenney motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm thinking about it. So, we did, I was at the full 2-day committee meeting, and, we did hear, not from a lot of drivers, we heard more from plate holders, but what we heard from the taxi industry is that it's not working, and it hasn't worked well for a long time. And a lot of the messages I get from drivers are that they're struggling. And they're struggling to make any living, whether, working long hours, 6-7 days a week. And there's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with the fact that drivers are, we have sort of a 2-tier system that's been created over a number of years. And, we've got drivers who we heard from who are renting plates for up, over $2,000 a month. It's often well into the month before they even start to earn an income, to earn a living. I think we did do the right thing in reducing the rate of insurance. That will help, the plate owners, and hopefully that can be passed on to the drivers. But, Chair Deans is right. This is the way we're going forward now. We need to, the taxi industry needs to modernize, and they need to find a way of competing. And in that, we have to recognize that the system that's been created to date has not worked for all of the drivers, and has not worked for a large number of drivers. And going forward, we're not looking backwards right now, but going forward, let's make sure that we have an equitable system so that if you want to take a license to drive an accessible cab, that that it's not transferable, so that the value in that plate, we are not rising it. We are saying, look, that is the value. You go out, earn a living, earn a decent living, be able to support yourselves and your families, and provide a service to folks who need accessible taxi cabs, and folks who quite frankly, will always want to take taxis, may not choose Uber. I'm going to tell you, we're not hearing from everyone. There are many, many people who want to take taxi cabs for a lot of good reasons. So this will help to do this. This will help to right some past practices that have been created over years on both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Mr. Mayor, this motion has two distinct parts. The first part is about whether they're transferable or not. The second one is whether you give them to allow people who already have a plate to get it on. So I would ask that we divide the motion, and because I think the people have different views on the two parts, so that we could have the vote on the first whereas clause, which is about the transferable, separately from the one about only giving them to people who don't have a plate holder now. So, Mr. Mayor, do you follow that? Mr. Mayor? The request is that it be divided. The two parts are very different motions.
That's fine.
Okay,
that's
thank
you. Councillor Moffat, would you like to wrap up?
No, I think I said enough on my opposition to referral, so I think we're good.
Okay, thank you. So, Councillor Wilkinson, which part do you want separated? Is it the last...
Well, there's only two parts, Mr. Mayor, the first clause and the second clause.
Yeah, but is it the be it further resolved? That's the one you want to have a separate vote on? And then the rest would be the other vote?
The first resolve clause is about that whether they're transferable,
yeah.
That we one vote, and the second vote will be on whether or not only licensed ones are not plate holders. So
just for clarification, I think you want to split the be it further resolved, any new names for accessible taxi cab priority waiting list be restricted to only those taxis?
Yeah, that part one, and then the second clause would be a separate vote.
Yeah, so it's all of the motion up until the word and?
Yes.
Is one, and then the second one is the be it further
That's
resolved.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
So on Councillor Moffat and McKenney's motion up until be it further resolved. Carried. And then on the second motion, carried. Dissent by Shirelli, Taylor, and El Shantiri. Okay, thank you very much. Our next motion, and we have just for the benefit of our guests in the audience, we have two motions left, and then the main report, and then a direction to staff. So the next motion is moved by Councillor El Shantiri, seconded by Councillor Rick Shirelli, with respect to cameras. And as Councillor El Shantiri knows, because I told him I'm allowing this to go forward despite the Brockington motion, because I think this is important that this issue be dealt with. So Councillor El Shantiri, the floor is yours.
Well, let me begin by thanking Mr. Mayor for allowing this debate. And I think we heard earlier when my colleague, Councillor Brockington, put his motion for review within a year on the need to have a camera. So I, for one, been in council long enough to dealt with the taxi. I was one of those councillors who had to walk to a room full of 800 taxi drivers and ask them that they the need to install that camera in their vehicles. And we saw the resistance at the time. But within no time, we saw the benefit of the camera for the health and safety of both the passengers and the driver. And when we had the committee meeting, Mr. Mayor, we had invited one of our inspectors with the Ottawa Police to give us just a little bit of information about the benefit of the camera inside the taxi cab. And one of his comments was in the last couple of years, 2014, 2015, it's been between 25 to 40 times the camera been reviewed by the Ottawa Police, and to his statement, one major crime was solved because of the camera and many other criminal activities. So I don't believe waiting for a year to see if somebody gonna get hurt or somebody gonna get sexual assault or whatever the case might be is the right thing to do. I believe we saw the benefit of the camera in many areas. We saw them on the school bus when we had a pilot project, and how many those cameras reduce the people passing the school buses. we saw under your leadership, Mr. Mayor, increasing of the red camera on the extension on a busy road intersection, and we saw also how many times those red camera click picture of tickets. So we know the camera is a good tool in the toolbox to help police, to help the driver, and to help the passenger. So therefore, I would ask you, and I would read my motion, Mr. Mayor. And first, thank you to I don't know who's still listening, but I don't know if we even have quorum. Okay, so this motion is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Shirelli, and I'm going to read the motion. Whereas in 2005, City Council approved a recommendation that all taxi cabs be equipped with security cameras as the means of protection and enhancing driver and passenger safety, and as deterrent to bad behavior and acts of violence, and that such a cameras will be mandatory in 2008. And where the staff report recommend that equipment for in-vehicle camera continue to be required for the taxi cab in order to maintain public safety, but that the bylaw specific minimum standard rather than specific makes and model. And whereas in-vehicles camera are not proposed for private transportation company, PTCS, and whereas the public safety was one of the council approved guiding principle of the regulatory review, and the data collected by the vehicle camera as a beneficial to the Ottawa Police Service during criminal investigation, and whereas the security camera in taxi cab are regulatory by an access and privacy policy, the proposal of which is to strike a balance between enhancing the safety of both taxi cab drivers and members of the public, while at the same time protecting the personal information of individuals as a minimized and subject to their personal privacy as much as possible. And whereas in order to ensure the integrity of the data collected for law enforcement and court proceeding, taxi cab security cameras are required to be continually running when the taxi is in operation, not under the control of the driver or occupant, and be tamper-proof, and must only be accessed by the authority personnel from the Ottawa Police Service for law enforcement purpose. And therefore be it resolved that Council approve amending recommendation to such as in vehicle cameras similar to the one required for taxi cab be required for private transportation companies and be regulated by the appropriate access and privacy policy, including the provision of notice by the driver to passenger that a camera is present in the vehicle. I see my time is out, so I'll come back, Mr. Mayor, to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor El-Shantiri. Councillor Shirelli, please, on the motion.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. In 2006 to 2008, this council became a leader in Canada by being the first to introduce mandatory cameras in taxi vehicles. And at that, when the proposal first came forward, I was against it. I was talked into it by members of the committee at that time, and I supported it. And within months of the passing of that regulation, I was very glad I did. And in 2008, there were protests by taxi drivers all through the city, and they were a significant item of concern for the city, protesting against the cameras. But again, within a matter of weeks, taxi drivers became supporters of the cameras in the vehicles. And the reason for this has nothing to do, I've heard people say, well, in PTCs, Uber-type vehicles, you don't need a camera because everybody knows who the driver is and everybody knows who the passenger is. When I sat on licensing committee, the people who came before us or the incidents that came before us, it usually wasn't a question of who was in the vehicle, it was a question of what happened in the vehicle. And what happened in the vehicle does get sorted out and clarified very quickly when there's a camera in the vehicle. We know, and leaving cameras out of the Uber-type vehicle does not solve the identity issue. The people in the vehicle will still have to identify the driver. They can't just say, look at my app. That's not good enough. They will have to identify the driver the same as they always had to before in taxi cabs before we had cameras. What the cameras do is clarify what happened in the vehicle. And has it been successful? We were all happy it happened once we put them in place, but empirically, has it been successful? We have the evidence from the police spokesperson at committee that almost once per week we have the police accessing the data from cameras in cabs to clarify incidents or related investigations. So that's 48 times in 1 year. Almost once a week. This has been a help to Ottawa Police. So, you know, for purposes of a camera, most of the usefulness of the camera comes from the fact that it tells you what happened in the vehicle and may establish, you know, whether a crime even was committed in the vehicle. That's what most of it's for. And it's done an extremely good job of providing that information. So I think if we decide not to put cameras in the vehicle today, then the first time there's an incident in an Uber-type vehicle, people are going to say, well, you did them in taxis. Why did you not do them in Uber vehicles? And what are we going to say? Once a week of needing the cameras in taxis was not enough to convince us, and we still didn't do them in Uber vehicles? I think ultimately we will be doing them in Uber vehicles, even if we say no today. But we'll be doing them not out of a position of leadership, but out of a position of reaction, reacting to incidents that occur. So back when the whole Uber issue came up well over a year ago, almost 2 years ago, I was asked what the essential thing I thought had to occur, and I thought we had to treat both taxis and Uber-type operations on a relatively equal footing, but we needed cameras in both for sure. I haven't changed on that, and I think it's important that we look at the consequence not of the taxi drivers, not of the Uber drivers, but of the passengers, the customers who are sitting in the seat in the vehicle.
Thank you. Councillor Aguilar.
I just want to get one thing said right at the very beginning. This to me is not about whether Flight or Uber or Lyft or any other PTC operates in the city. I have my feelings about how Uber operates. I've said them at committee. I think Uber's aware. I think everybody's aware where I stand on that. Having said that, I have heard overwhelmingly from residents that they want Uber in the city and services like Uber. They want choice. They want the ability to go with a cab or go with a PTC. And I respect that. But what I'm also hearing from my residents is whatever they get into, whatever company it is, they want to be in a safe environment. That is the number one thing I have heard since this whole discussion began months and months and months ago. That's why I voted the way I voted on the insurance motion this morning, which unfortunately failed. It's why I put forward the enhanced compliance motion at committee, which passed unanimously, because this has to be about safety for our residents. This has to be about knowing when you get into a vehicle there are certain protections in place. You don't know the Uber driver any more than you know Mayor Watson. You've seen his picture on TV or in the newspaper. You know he's the mayor, same as you know whoever's behind the wheels of your car, but you don't know them. That doesn't give you any more feeling of safety to know that it's Bob Smith behind the wheel. Because if it's just Bob Smith and you in the car and something goes wrong, then it's a he said, she said version of events that will take a long time to unravel and put potential victims to something that happens in the car, whether they be drivers or passengers, through a lot more angst than they need to go through. Cameras make sense. Cameras do act as a deterrent. And that is the reason I support this motion brought forward by Councillor El Shantiri, and I thank the Mayor for, despite the clerk's opinion that it's redundant, for allowing us to speak on this issue, because I think it's an important issue. Again, I am not against any other service coming to town, any other type of transportation company coming to town. But what I am for, 100%, is for safety. And that's why residents have said to me, we want to get into a safe vehicle. We want to know that the experience we're having getting from point A to point B is going to be in a safe environment. And again, I think that we heard quite clearly, and we've seen quite clearly over time, that the camera does act as a deterrent. We know incidents happen in Uber vehicles and flight vehicles and Lyft vehicles. All you've got to do is Google and see the references to situations that have occurred, whether they're robberies or assaults or what they are. We know already that happens. We also know from a simple web search that many Uber drivers choose to put a camera of some sort in their vehicles to protect both themselves and the passengers. They make that decision on their own. Whether the parent mothership of Uber agrees with it or not, they do it because they know it's the right thing to do. They know it's the safe thing to do. So I'm urging all of my colleagues to vote for this motion. We can have the report back as you know, evidenced by the motion of Councillor Brockington, but it can tell us how the cameras have worked successfully over the last year, rather than whether or not we need them. We do need them. Our residents have asked for safety. This is one of the main ways we can enhance the safety in the vehicle, whoever's driving it, whoever's licensing it. And for those reasons, I thank Councillor El Shantiri and Councillor Shirelli for bringing forward this motion. I think it makes eminent sense, and I think it works to protect our residents. So I will be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to start by saying I think Councillor Brockington said it well earlier this morning when he said that this is an important issue. It's one we're all struggling with, and I think he and Councillor Harder did an admirable job of allowing us to evaluate this issue of cameras from a position of strength, from a position of having data and evidence from the experience that we have with PTCs over the coming year. Furthermore, I did want to point out for those who weren't in the room on Thursday and Friday that one of the directions to staff related to public safety and related very much to this motion was to ask them to evaluate and to work with PTCs to look at the feasibility of a product that's being piloted called an SOS button, which essentially allows either a driver or a rider using a PTC to activate emergency services. It would be the equivalent of a call to 911. It would be geographically located. This is a product that's been piloted in other cities, and staff have agreed to look at this product, which is interesting because we're assuming that public safety and cameras are synonymous, but in fact public safety can be achieved perhaps through other ways, and I thought that this SOS button was an interesting example of something that might be something that we consider and would actually give riders and drivers perhaps an even safer way to ride, because if there was an incident, there would be an immediate recourse to emergency services, which in some ways you could argue is better than having a camera in the sense that you can deal with incidents as they happen. So I think it's important. Public safety is obviously critical to all of us, but I think staff now have clear direction through both the Brockington motion and through the staff direction issued last week to think about all of the different ways in which we can ensure public safety in PTCs. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Caudry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just got a couple of questions for Ms. Jones and Mr. DeMonte. In terms of when we initially instituted the requirements for cameras in the taxi cabs back in 2008, you mentioned some of those reasons at committee. Could you refresh our memory on that, please?
The reason we recommended cameras in taxi cabs were because we had actual incidents that had occurred and were unable to pursue them further because of lack of identity of the individual. And that was why we'd come forward with, in addition to that, there were robberies in cabs. So it was a great tool in assisting police to be able to apprehend those individuals, and recognizing it's a cash-based business, or can be, so that was providing additional support to be able to investigate those individuals. So at a high end, safety of the passenger, safety of the driver, also recognizing the anonymity of that type of service model, that provided an additional tool, and the fact they use cash.
Thank you very much. And coming to Mr. O'Connor from a legal perspective, in terms of that installation of camera, did that affect anything about personal security or any of those kind of concerns that may have been raised over the last couple of years on this issue?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, with regards to the any sort of privacy issues, is that what the councillor is asking?
Yeah, I'm also requiring or asking the question, Mr. O'Connor, based on the fact that through the MFIPA scenario, were there any issues raised with the camera issue in the cabs?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, there were initially, and we worked with the Information and Privacy Commissioner.
Could you just speak up, Mr. O'Connor? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time here.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, there were initially some privacy issues that were raised, and staff worked with the Information and Privacy Commissioner in Toronto to make sure that we had a policy to accommodate those.
So our policy would have covered those kind of scenarios?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. To my colleagues, I mean, when this issue first came up a couple of months back about, well, it's been discussed for a while, not just a couple of months, I had similar concerns that are being expressed today in terms of the safety of the riders, as well as the safety of the drivers. Having listened to the debate at committee and having listened to the debate this morning, my concern in terms of safety is, although it's not completely absolved, but it has been satisfied. Satisfied in terms of what Councillor Brockington or Councillor Nussbaum mentioned in terms of the panic button in the vehicles that we're requiring, as well as the fact that the records for that ride or every ride is available if we as a city or if the police or any other authorized agencies needs those records. They're available from both sources, once from the passenger as well as from the company itself. So in terms of those kind of concerns, I think we need to put this model in, because as we've heard over and over again this morning, the models are changing, the times are changing, the industry is changing. I mean, if you look at any other industry, everybody's going through some kind of a model change. And I think it's about time that the City of Ottawa, which prides itself on its technology knowledge in the city, I think it's about time we started using some of that technology and putting it into play and putting it into practice. I think this this item will do that and show not only the city but also, you know, across the country to say we're the leaders, we're taking the steps and going forward in this technology and using this technology to ensure not only that we're providing a fair service to our residents, but also providing a safe service to the resident. If you notice in the KPMG report, there was some caution addressed, and those cautions staff did listen to and did present to both committee and today at council. I think we're providing, by doing this service, I think we're providing a very important service to the residents, which is choice. Choice of, they can make that decision whether they choose to go through taxi or through Uber or use both, but that is their choice. To me, that is democracy, and that is the way that we should be working forward. So thank you, and I encourage my colleagues to support not the camera request on Councillor Shantari's motion, but on the staff report or the committee report suggestion going forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kadri. Councillor Blais, please, on the motion.
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I think for many of us, or maybe I should only speak for myself, this is perhaps the most difficult part of this conversation. In the conversations that I've had with most of my colleagues, I think all of us want to see openness and competition in this particular market. They want to see new technologies coming in and these companies being able to thrive and compete for business in Ottawa and elsewhere. And so balancing this requirement versus what we've heard, it has been difficult. I personally do not believe that a group of smart people in a technology company can't figure out how to make cameras work that can turn on when you walk into the car, turn off when you get out of the car, that can't be moved when you're using the car for your personal purposes, and that can't be set up in such a way that would provide the police whatever particular information they need to receive. I don't believe that a company that prides itself on being a data-driven company and a technology company could not achieve that, and frankly could not achieve that in a relatively short period of time. And so given that, I find it very hard to believe that this is a barrier to entry at all. The prices are low. If it's built into the app for the drivers, the price would be free. If they can figure out how to make it address the privacy issues and the policing issues, then as I've said, I think that is easy for a technology as big, or excuse me, a technology company as big as the one we're talking about to be able to achieve. And so then it's come down to a few things for me. Spoken to the people that I care about the most, and they're the ones who have convinced me that this is something that they would need to feel safe. And given that that is their view, these are people that I respect, love, given that I don't believe that it is a business impediment to their operation in the city, and I don't believe that there is a technology impediment or a dollar figure impediment, I think we have to ask that they have cameras to operate so that we do provide protection for the riders. And offering people a choice between being safe and paying more and being unsafe and paying less is frankly no choice at all. And so I would support everyone to, or I encourage everyone to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Deans, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Let me first start by addressing this issue of the intervention we had from Inspector Maxwell at the committee meeting last week. When Inspector Maxwell appeared before the committee, he told us a couple of things. One, he told us he was not on duty, and he also told us that he did not speak for police. So I took from that Inspector Maxwell's intervention was a political intervention rather than a police position. He also offered that he felt we should put cameras in OC Transpo vehicles, and I noticed that we haven't jumped on that suggestion. Our goal in bringing forward this package of regulations is to modernize the industry and to eliminate unnecessary regulation. It's not to create new unnecessary regulations. I believe that Council needs to engage in evidence-based decision-making. Back in 2008, 2009, I promoted the use of vehicles in taxi cabs. It was to protect the drivers as well as the passengers, and it was based on the evidence that we had at the time. And I still believe, because of the nature of the business, that it is necessary to have cameras in taxi cabs. They have street hails where people getting into the cars are anonymous. Same with cab stands, and they have cash transactions. But when it comes to PTCs, those are a different business model where it's a ride arranged between two parties that do have knowledge of each other. And when Core Strategies, who did the consultation piece for KPMG, talked to the public about it, they did not identify that this is an issue important public safety issue. In fact, what they told us through this extensive consultation is that passengers indicated they felt safer in PTCs than in cabs, especially because of the GPS and the rating system, which seems to address the issue of safety. And there is an element of choice. If someone feels safer in a vehicle with a camera, then they should absolutely take a taxi cab. But I disagree with my council colleague who said we're choosing between a safe vehicle and an unsafe vehicle, and that should never be a choice. That is not what we have heard through this whole thing. What we have heard is it's unnecessary at this point. And I think what Councillor Brockington and Harder did this morning is to say, let's review it in a year. Let's review it when we have some actual evidence, and if there is anything to suggest that there is a safety issue that has arisen, then we will address it at that time. And I think that's a reasonable approach. What we saw at the committee meeting, I'm sure you won't like me saying this, but what we saw at the committee meeting last week when the drivers stormed out of the chamber after the vote on cameras was really, I think, a strong indication to me that this is about creating a roadblock to entry for competition. That's what this vote is about, and that's not what we want. We want to allow competition in the market. We don't want to put up false barriers to entry for competition in our marketplace. So let's give it the year. Let's look at it. I'll be the first one to vote for cameras if there's a safety issue that arises over that year. And finally, I just wanted to say to my colleague that sits to my right here, he doesn't know you, Mayor Watson, but I would take a ride with you. I would feel quite safe.
Thank you. Councillor Brockington, please.
Just very briefly, Your Worship, 2.5 hours ago when we debated the first motion on the floor, and that is the one that Councillor Harder and I moved, that motion passed on a vote of 20 in favor and 4 opposed. And it was argued that the whole intent of a year is to collect evidence, to be guided by evidence-based data and decision-making, and to come back through committee and reflect on what staff has assessed over that year. And I still strongly believe in that. And similar to other comments, I'm not opposed to cameras, but I want to make sure that if we proceed with this regulation, that there is a demonstrated need for that, even though, as we are aware, there are certain safety features and risk mitigation that are already in play. But I just argue that we strongly pass the motion that asks staff to review and assess the situation over a 12-month period. And then with that information, we can make better decisions based on the evidence that exists. So I'm simply arguing against this motion on a procedural matter. Procedurally, I believe we passed a better motion today, and that's the one that should stand. And then if we need to come back to the motion that's actually on the floor now at a later date, I would be very open to that. So let's stick solely with what we passed originally, and we can reflect on and review this a year from now. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Middick, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Sticking with the reducing costs for the future of drivers, I have nothing against cameras. I think they're great. They make for all kinds of awesome videos on YouTube. They also, from what I've heard, protect drivers more than anything. But I think we're entering an age where maybe it's not required. So what if we made it a choice for all? We heard opinion. We heard opinion from a police officer that they often seek evidence. We didn't hear if they actually find any evidence or if they solve more than a couple crimes. So if we wait a year, we'll have the information, we'll be able to make a decision, and then maybe we can give everyone the choice, including the taxi drivers, whether or not they want to equip their cabs with the same kind of camera they have now, but it's their decision to take on that cost and tell their customers that if you wish to have a camera, then you want to ride with me. So I'd like to keep it that we stick to the year, do the study, get the evidence, and then give the industry its choice on whether or not it wants this level of security.
All right. Thank you, Councillor Middick. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I voted for the earlier motion as a second choice, not the first choice. And I think that all 20 people who voted for that motion were it was their first choice. I think you'd be mistaken. My first choice is, in fact, to have cameras, and to have cameras as soon as possible. This doesn't come into effect till the end of September. There's plenty of time for them to arrange and get cameras. Cameras have come down enormously in price since the taxi drivers first started receiving them. the Uber drivers work on a digital system, and having a digital connection that would come on when they connect into Uber and have come off when they go off Uber is not hard to do. It's much simpler, in fact, than the taxi system, where they have to have it when it goes on when the car is actually going on, because the taxi effectively is licensed to be in operation all the time. So I really strongly believe we should have this as a safety factor. We are putting in more and more cameras in this city all the time now for safety. Just take a look at the number of cameras that are along the Queensway. Take a look at Ottawa Public Housing that's putting in cameras so they can see its safety. See how many stores are putting in cameras. It is actually more important now than it's ever been to have evidence that will stand up in court. And there have been court cases from the taxi cameras that have been successful because there was a camera. Sure, you can have a panic button and you push it, right? But you still have only 2 people in that vehicle or whatever, it may only be 2. And it's still going to be you said, I said one, and you have nothing that visually says proof of what happened. All it does is say that somebody in that vehicle is concerned. You push the panic, I'm not sure what happens when you push the panic button. I have one at my ward office. If I push that panic button, it takes an awfully long time for anybody to come. All it does is tell people when they come and find me lying on the floor that I knew it was going to happen.
Somebody's going to die.
Yeah, it's. I really think we need to have it. I think they can be done very cheaply now. When we started this out, 5 years ago, those cameras cost a lot because of the way they're connecting and everything else. Technology's improved enormously since then. You have the #1 technology business park in the country, in this city. You have people in that area that do cameras. We have people that you can get them from cheaply. We don't have to go to another country. We have the #1 company in the world that does uses the cloud for sending out information. It's here in our city of Ottawa. All of us here. And so why not use what we've got here, have them develop a low cost, and I put it in the motion, the direction going forward for the year's report, in case this motion doesn't pass, because I'd rather have it in a year than not have it at all. But I'd rather have it now. I think it can be done now. I think it would be safer for all. When we had, I didn't attend all of the committee meetings, but one young woman who came up there said, well, if it's only $100 or $200, I'd be quite happy to have a camera. That was an Uber driver that said that. And I think that is possible. And I think they all should have it. But the only way we can do it is to make it mandatory, because having it for some and not others means the public doesn't know whether it's there or not. So you can't make it optional for taxi drivers. I don't think you can make it optional for Uber either. So I strongly request our colleagues to say safety matters more than anything else when you get down to it. This is a cheap, easy way to get a much enhanced safety. Let's use it. Thank you.
Councillor Hubley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I urge my colleagues to realize that in today's world, as we're looking at evolving this industry, anybody getting into a cab has a camera and can record anything they want. We don't need, with all due respect, my colleague just mentioned $200 for a camera. The camera that we're putting currently in taxis have to be mounted, they have to be locked, they can only be opened by the police. Those are not available for $200. So we have to be careful what we're saying here. I support Councillor Brockman's earlier motion to gather the info and make, as Councillor Dean says, an evidence-based decision. I like ideas like Toby's, or Councillor Nussbaum, sorry, about the SOS button. I'm sure over the year of gathering information, or 6 months, whatever it was that was decided, many more ideas like that could come up and perhaps enhance the service even better. I believe at the time that the former council voted for cameras, that there was a need for it in the service. There was all kinds of issues with the taxi service. I know those cameras have helped, but we also should give due respect to the stakeholders in the industry that have come in since then, people like Coventry, who have done a lot to clean up the taxi service in our city, and also the drivers' union. We've all met Amrit Singh. I believe he's doing a lot to help improve the reputation and the service that we're providing. So I look at this motion now about forcing cameras into Uber cars, not as a security issue, but as a poison pill to try to stop Uber. I have in my own ward seniors that are driving for Uber more as a way to get to know their neighbors and to occupy their time than to get rich. They're only making a few dollars on it. I also know that in my area and across town, we now have females, and not just one or two, but many that are driving for Uber. They obviously feel safe in the ride-sharing mode. I think that encourages the safety value to those that ride in their cabs. That's at least the actual feedback that I get from my residents. So I look at this motion here for cameras and the rationales that I'm hearing behind it as more a way to prevent those seniors and the females to get involved in this industry and to provide a service to our residents, because they're not going to want that $1,200 camera mounted on their dash for the rest of the time besides a couple of hours a day that they may be driving for Uber. So I think we should all just take a step back, thank Councillor Brockington for his intervention and to give us a chance to make a really good decision on this. And so with that in mind, I will not be supporting the motion before us right now, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Hubley. Councillor Kakish, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, you know, lots of good points are being raised here. But the one point that we're consistently hearing, and we just heard it again, is that the camera is a barrier to entry. Well, that's not really our problem. It's a barrier to entry to one corporate bully that's been operating illegally in our city for the past year and a half. So, you know, I feel again and again that we're bending the rules because we're worried that they're going to walk away as a result of this. Well, you know, in talking to Ms. Jones last week, she's already indicated some other PTCs have expressed interest, like Lyft, like Flight, and who knows what else is going to be coming down the road, that are good corporate citizens that understand the regulatory framework needs to be adjusted and approved. And once that regulatory framework is worked out, they can play by those rules, the rules that we set, not that the rules that they set. And so I agree with Councillor Shantiri's motion. I even agree with Councillor Shirley, and I don't often say that, but I will today. And I urge colleagues to be fair, consistent in the policies and the legislation that we bring forward, and not to continue bending rules for one corporate bully. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, does anyone else wish to speak before Councillor El Shantiri wraps up? Councillor El Shantiri, wrap up.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Again, I want to thank you for allowing this debate on a very important issue. But I want to clarify something was said earlier, Mr. Mayor. And what was said, the inspector from OPS was invited as a political intervention. This is very far from the truth, Mr. Mayor. The request came from the deputy city manager, was not from a political intervention. And one of my colleagues asked the inspector, are you on duty? He said, yes, I'm on duty, but my time's off at 3 o'clock. But we all know, just like the senior officer and the manager in the city, they do work after hours and they don't get compensation for overtime. But put that aside, Mr. Mayor. We heard from my colleagues say, oh yeah, there's a need for SOS button. Well, great. So what's the difference SOS and camera? SOS, you ask for help, just like me and Councillor Wilkinson made it clearly, if I push the panic button and I'm in Kinburn. If you fly a helicopter from the City Hall to Kinburn, you're going to take 10, 12 minutes. So what's the panic button going to do me, Mr. Mayor? So I am a believer of the camera. We're seeing more and more cameras everywhere almost. And as you know, there's a pilot project in the province with the OPP and Ontario Provincial Police and the Toronto Police Service to have a body-worn camera, and we're just working the logistics with the Privacy Commissioner. So therefore, Mr. Mayor, time to have more camera, like my colleague, Councillor Kakish said. It's going to be other company beside Uber might come into this market now, especially under the rules we have. Maybe an open market for other. Why would we want to compromise? Why would I want to call health and safety is a poison pill for other or an obstacle? That's not my concern. My concern is the health and safety of my resident in the city. And I do believe in my heart the camera, it is, if anything, is deterrent. I had a business before, 20 years ago we had a camera in our business, just to help us and still to that day, the people who had that business, they still have cameras. There's hardly any business or any building you go to today doesn't have a camera. And the reason for it, to help us solve problems quicker and faster. And I know, Councillor Harder, you don't want to vote for, but let me finish my stuff, and you don't have to vote for. But please, folks, you're not voting for Uber or for taxi driver. We're voting for the health and safety of our residents. Thank you.
Okay, so on the motion, yeas and nays?
Councillor Brockington?
No.
Councillor Tierney?
Yes.
Councillor Moffat?
No.
Councillor Caudry?
No.
Councillor Leeper?
No.
Councillor Eglai?
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury?
No.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Councillor Middick?
No.
Councillor Wilkinson?
Yes.
Councillor Deans? No. Conseiller Cloutier?
No.
Conseiller Blais?
Oui.
Councillor McKinney?
No.
Councillor DeRuse?
No.
Councillor Hubley?
No.
Councillor Shirelli?
Yes.
Councillor Kakish?
Yes.
Conseiller Manette?
Yes.
Councillor Harder?
No.
Councillor Chernyshenko?
No.
No.
Councillor Nussbaum?
No.
Councillor El-Shantiri?
Yes.
Mayor Watson?
No.
9 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay, our next motion is moved by Councillor Blais, seconded by Councillor Kakish, seeking legislative amendment to regulate PTC rates or fares. Councillor Blais, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. This arose at committee as a result of changing or creating a new category of business, as opposed to calling these this new group a taxi. We lose ability to regulate price in any circumstance, whether that's a state of emergency, which almost never happens, an urgent situation, which happens all too often, unfortunately, or for other reasons related to competition. So this is simply to ask the province to amend the Act to provide us this authority, should we choose to use it, for any number of circumstances in the future which might require it. Thank you.
Okay, so does anyone wish to speak to this? On the motion, carried. Do we have any other motions, Madam Deputy Clerk? We have one direction to staff. I could ask, call upon Councillor Kadri, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And this is a direction to staff based on the motion that I put forward at Community and Protective Services Committee. And the motion basically says that the mayor, in his capacity as the statutory CEO of the City of Ottawa, work with the Mayor of Toronto to identify legislative amendments that both cities are requesting and or supporting, and that, as appropriate, they work together to lobby the provincial government for the requested changes.
Direction to staff will be forwarded to the acting city manager. So on the main report as amended, would you like to speak to it, Councillor Blais?
Just one clarification very quickly.
Yes.
The other directions that took place during debate are included in, yeah, okay, thank you.
So debate on the main motion as amended. Councillor Fleury, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that the discussion is nitpicking on small details. I think we have to look at what the public is asking for. It's asking for better customer service, modernizing supply. So this is what we have in front of us. We have a report that allows for competition. And I believe that this competition, obviously, there's a lot of uncertainties because there's a change, but I think that everybody will benefit from better customer service, and we hope that the cost will remain reasonable or affordable. it's too bad that the discussion focused only on Uber, because for me, anything that's related to private transportation is broader.
Discussion is it's a licensing group that is interesting. It's not an Uber group. You'll see in my mind a lot of new industries that will come in that group and will offer new opportunities for our residents that are more affordable, that work on different approaches for customer service. And we, as part of the consultation, we've heard from our residents. They want these options. They want modernization, and that's what we're offering. I think that one of the forgotten elements as all of this is that the city is also at risk doing this licensing group. And the risk that we haven't really talked about, and I'm in favor of the modernization, is we don't know a bus user that only uses the bus a few times a week now has options. So it's forcing us to be competitive as well. So I'm in favor of the report. I think it's a good thing, and I think that it'll offer options for residents of Ottawa. And I'm confident that as part of the requirements, we'll be able to look at if there's tweaks that are needed for both industries, for both licensing groups, to make sure that our residents are safe and that our options are provided. Merci.
Merci. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and I want to echo that although I wish we could have gotten some other security provisions in here, I'm glad that this report takes us a step closer to a more open market, one that's more open to competition, and I think that's going to be ultimately good for residents. The one thing I would echo is that, and I know that, Mr. Mayor, you've shown leadership on this before as well a number of times, and I know that the report has this embedded in it, but I would hope that in the strongest possible terms we communicate to the Government of Ontario our desire to have the enforcement authority to enforce the bylaw that gets passed today and the other bylaws that are on the books. You know, my concern is that we've seen that we've been involved with one particular company that hasn't had a track record of adhering to the laws that were in place until we arrived at today and changed those laws. And I hope that Ontario gives us the authority to actually have some meaningful enforcement capacity, so that whether it's an Uber, a taxi, or a bandit taxi, or some future PTC that comes in and sets up that we haven't contemplated yet, that we have the authority to do what we intend to do, protect our residents, protect our visitors to the city, and of course protect whoever's driving those vehicles. So my closing comment would be, I hope in the strongest possible way that we express our desire to the province again to have that enforcement ability. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chernyshenko, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all my colleagues, particularly the ones on the committee, for doing the heavy lifting here. Many, like I, came and went and tried to pay attention as best we could, but I know you went through a phenomenal amount of material and delegations in order to try and do the right thing. Well, what is the right thing? I guess that's different for everybody, but I think the vast majority of us saw the right thing as ensuring that we know change is coming. We could see it coming the wrong way, the illegal way, and we wanted to find a way to improve transportation services in this city with the rules that anyone could compete fairly on. And I don't think there is a single person here who wanted to penalize existing taxi drivers, the people in the taxi industry. Our great challenge was finding a way to open up to competition in a way that wasn't going to unduly harm those who have in many cases sunk their life savings, invested in their taxi services. This was not a for Uber or against Uber, or for taxis or against taxis, and it would be very wrong if it's ever reported that way, or if we were to be criticized by email or any other way as being on one side or the other. I do have to say, though, I've got something I've got to get off my chest here. I do not like, and that is a gross understatement, and I'm looking at the representatives of Uber as I say this right now, I really do not like the way in which this came about. I do not like the way in which we could not get a straight, honest answer to pretty much any question that we asked. The shifting, the dodging, the weaving, and in some cases, the lies. We are elected representatives who do our best to represent the citizens of Ottawa, and we expect when we ask questions that we get honest answers, because that's the only way we can take a responsible decision. So we've created rules now by which Uber can operate, but they are equally rules by which any other competitor can operate. And I can say for my part, and probably all of my colleagues, we will be watching very carefully, because now that we have created laws, rules by which you can operate, you had better follow them, because we're going to make darn sure that they are enforced. This idea of we're coming into a market and we're going to blissfully ignore what exists now and rely on the hundreds of people with their smartphones to tell us, I love Uber, get out of the way of progress, counselor, that won't fly. This isn't about progress. This is about health, safety, good governance, and responsibility to our citizens. So, we're through this. I do support this report. It is imperfect, as anything this big and complicated is bound to be. It's got a reporting period where we see how things are operating. I was really torn on the camera issue, because safety is so important. I did ultimately decide to vote not to make them mandatory at the start. I don't know if that was the right decision. I hope it is, because I would hate to see incidents coming over this next while where we wish we'd had a camera. So that's something we'll be watching very carefully. I fully expect in this intervening period until it takes effect that Uber or any other operator in this city will now respect the rules that we have created, and I will be watching. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hubly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Mr. O'Connor, if I may, or to whoever he wants to delegate to. Is it true, is it true that if under the regulatory framework for ride sharing as envisioned by this draft bylaw, if it passes as we have it tabled here, if a PTC were to contravene the rules that we pass, that the city could enforce enforce the bylaw, and if the contraventions continue, seek an injunction against a PTC?
Mr. Mayor, the short answer to that is yes, and I'd like to take a moment or two to explain that answer. Yeah. I think part of the context we gave in the legal implications section, part of this report, was the fact that two other municipalities in Canada, one in Ontario being Toronto and Edmonton, both made those leaps directly to the injunction application at the beginning of the process. And in both instances, the courts, for a variety of reasons, but including the fact that they made determinations that companies such as Uber were not included in those taxi bylaws, so therefore they were scoped out, so to speak. If Council were to pass the report today and ultimately the vehicle for hire bylaw, the Councillor is correct. The private transportation company or PTC who fails to either meet a precondition to get the license or then gets the license and operates contrary to the rules would be subject to begin with, a charge in provincial offences court, which, again, at present, that's not clear in law. Uber and companies like them say we're not bound by it, so therefore we're not actually responding illegally. If Council passes this bylaw, we would take it that they are bound by the bylaw, and we would action it accordingly. If there was a first offense, and I know the committee heard this last week on Thursday and Friday, the Municipal Act provides for, and so does this bylaw, a $100,000 fine per offense. Now, that generally doesn't occur the first time you're in provincial offences court. I think most people appreciate that there would be a number of considerations by the Justice of the Peace, including any prior convictions, what was the nature of the defense, what is the size of the company, what's the economics of the situation, and what would be both the general and specific deterrents. Those are all factors in determining that. Having said that, Mr. Mayor, if that company, that PTC, continued to violate the law and that there were subsequent convictions, we would then most likely move to a prohibition order in court. And the prohibition order would tell them, this PTC who was violating the bylaw, that they must adhere to the bylaw and stop doing so. After that, Mr. Mayor, if they continued that, we would then take steps to enforce the prohibition order by way of a contempt of court application. And it's at that point, Mr. Mayor, that we would be looking for an injunction for them to cease and look for those court orders. So the councillor is absolutely correct. There's a process, but if this bylaw is passed and if the report is passed, they would be bound by it.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Mr. Mayor, I think it's very appropriate that on a day when, many of my colleagues have joined you and I in wearing pink as a way to speak out against bullying, and I know some of my colleagues have referred to one of the companies we're dealing with here as a big bully. What Mr. O'Connor just told us is how we're going to stop that bullying and put that bully in a very financial, big financial penalties if that kind of behavior continues. So I will be supporting the report, and I thank Councillor Deans for her work on it.
Thanks, Councillor Hubli. Councillor Leeper, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am going to be supporting the recommendations from committee as amended, but I do want to take just one moment with this opportunity now to take a look up a little bit about some of the broader issues that this taxi issue has put on the table for me. I've heard from so many drivers over the course of the past several weeks who talk about the cab driving being one of the few job opportunities there are for newcomers to Canada, how it's a ladder to getting your kids through school to join the middle class. And I'm going into this vote with my eyes open that there are going to be fewer of those opportunities moving forward. I wanted to take the opportunity to make sure that we're not going to lose sight of some of the bigger issues. Taxis are not the only sector that is affected by some of the disintermediation that the Internet has wrought, including in regulated sectors. But there are going to be things that we need to address, like the recognition of foreign credentials, access to affordable education and training, access to job training programs, childcare. I think the effect of the transformations that we're seeing not just in taxis, but in industry after industry as our economy is fundamentally transformed, are going to continue to keep happening. I know, Mr. Mayor, you've been involved with some of the city's initiatives, Hire Immigrants, the immigrant entrepreneur programs that we have. I think we need to double down on our efforts on that front as we seek to make sure that everybody in Ottawa has the opportunity to take advantage of economic opportunity. With that said, I'm going in with eyes wide open to what the implications of this regime change will be, but I hope that we don't lose sight of some of the bigger picture questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Tierney, please.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I'm looking for some clarification. Ms. Jones, I think my colleague, Councillor Chernyshenko, really mentioned there was no real clear answers from Mr. Schaefer on a lot of things, and we've spoken. And I just want to make sure it's clear that when it comes to plates that are driving here, and I'm talking about your provincial tags, that the plates that are allowed to drive for Uber are Ontario plates only. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So
under the proposed bylaw, yes.
Okay, good. So currently there's a lot of Quebec plates that are driving around with Uber and picking people up. What would happen if they still continued that practice? Would they be fined?
They would be subject to charges under both our PTC bylaw or our taxi bylaw. Yes, they would be.
Great. Thank you for your hard work on this.
Great. Thank you. Councillor Anglai, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First off, I want to thank all the residents that came out over the 18 hours of meetings and were engaged in the process. Spoke to one lady in particular. I couldn't quite figure out why she was there, and I asked her why she was there because she wasn't related to an Uber driver, she wasn't related to a taxi driver, she didn't drive Uber, she didn't drive a taxi. And I said, it's great that you're here all this time. And, you know, I said, but you have no skin in the game. And she said, yes, I do. It's about social justice. It's about safety. And that's why I'm here. So I want to thank all the residents that did come out. We had 100 people sign up wanting to speak to us, and we can't do our job without your help. So I appreciate that. I'm going to vote for this report. I'm not sure I would have voted for the original report, but I think a lot of good work happened over those 2 days. A lot of good amendments were made. A lot of good protections were put in. You know, for example, you know, one of the main concerns, in addition to safety raised by my residents, was about accessibility. And I think Councillor Caudry brought forth a very workable, very effective motion to deal with that issue, so I thank him for that. So I think the report is much better than it was. And I don't think it's perfect. You can tell by the votes today that I think there are some gaps in ensuring safety, some things we could have done better in terms of insurance, in terms of cameras. We didn't get there, but thanks to Councillor Brockington, we have a process going forward where we can look at this again in a year, and hopefully nothing bad will happen in that year, but we can look at it in a year and make some determinations about whether we did the right thing today. So I thank him for that. But I really do hope that the rideshare companies are listening. I really do hope that Uber and all the rest know that new rules are in town now. In effect, it's a fresh slate. You have an opportunity here, Uber and the rest, have an opportunity to show good faith and say to the City of Ottawa, say to Council, Committee, and the residents, most importantly, that we will respect your laws. We will follow your laws, and we will work in a collaborative way with the City and with Council and with residents to create a complete transportation system for everybody, a more robust transportation system, and we'll do it legally. You can call the technology disruptive, I call it illegal. Not the technology, but the methods. And I think Councillor Chernyshenko spoke to this as well. I'm looking at it a little bit differently. You do have an opportunity here to show us we're wrong. You have an opportunity to do the right thing going forward, to follow the rules, to be compliant, so not to go down the road that Councillor Hubley suggested and have Mr. O'Connor and his group work at looking at how to injunctify you, but to follow the rules so we don't get there, to provide the service you say you can provide in an effective, efficient, cost-efficient way for all the residents, to give the residents what they've asked for, which is an alternative way to get around town, an alternative, safe way to get around town. So I'm looking at you in the same way that Councillor Chernyshenko was looking at you, but additionally I'm saying you can do better. You can show us that we were wrong. You can do the right thing and you can follow the new rules. And that's a message not only to Uber, Uber's the only one sitting in the room today, it's to any of the rideshare companies. Ottawa is open for business. We're open for business for a new way of getting around town. All we ask is that you respect the rules that we've set down in that regard. And I also look at staff, and in that regard, I fully expect your commitment that if those rules are not followed, if Councillor Chernyshenko in his comments is correct in that Uber may continue down the road, and whatever rideshare company may continue down that road of looking at the rules and saying, doesn't quite fit our business model, so we're going to do something different. I'm looking for staff for that commitment, that you will robustly and vigorously enforce the rules that we have now given you. We've given you a very full toolbox of ways to ensure compliance, and I am hopeful, I know you will. I know you will enforce those rules if necessary, but again, last word to the rideshare companies, I'm hoping we don't have to go into that toolbox. I'm hoping that you will respect what you have heard from the residents of Ottawa, respect what you've heard from the elected representatives, and follow the rules going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor El-Shantiri, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Acting Mayor. And Mr. Acting Mayor, today it happened to be a day we wear pink to stop bullying with the international community, but yet we let someone who bully us 14 months operating illegal in our city. So what do we do today? We reward them. It's no different than the federal government when they could not stop the contraband cigarette sell the cigarette. So what they did, they reduced the taxes. So that was their way of combating illegal activity. So I will not be supporting the report. Consider even the report I heard from my colleague has done quite a bit in reforming not just Uber or future any transportation mechanism, but nevertheless to support someone who didn't even have the respect to address our committee after they made a promise to appear on committee, who have not even promised to suspend operation till the bylaw in effect. So I will not be rewarding that company, Mr. Chair. So I will not be voting for this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Al-Shantiri. Councillor Middick, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, this has definitely been the most exciting and maybe even the biggest thing we do this term. I'm not sure, but I believe this bylaw, as amended, will ultimately allow drivers in this industry to drive. We've heard a lot of voices and a lot of points of view, but overwhelmingly, in my mind, the voice that held my attention and made me make the decisions I made was the drivers. The drivers, they're the backbone of this industry. They take the largest risk. They grind it out every day to pay their bills and feed their families. And I've always tried to keep them as my main concern when making my decisions. And I know we're not in an easy spot, but basically the way I can think of describing this is we have an analog system and it's being, we're trying to bring in a digital one. And taxis aren't the first industry that's had to deal with this, and definitely it won't be the last. I mean, in 30 years, maybe we'll be dealing with autonomous buses. Who knows what the future holds, but the biggest benefactors, in my opinion, based on the work that we did at committee and all of our staff, is that the biggest benefactors will be the drivers. And I think they'll be better off and better able to make a living by being relieved of the financial burden that they find themselves under today. This bylaw gives us a more inclusive, flexible and diverse and more affordable transportation system in the city. And I've always tried to keep these things in mind, but my biggest decisions were always based on helping the drivers relieve their financial burden and be able to drive and make a living. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Minette, please.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. First of all, when we had the discussions on this, I was very frustrated with the outcome as how the discussion was going. One of the things I've always mentioned that I wanted to see through these discussions was a level playing field. Whatever the taxis had to do, I felt that Uber should have been at the table doing the same type of legislation. In 2008, I was one of the councillors here who sat here on council and told the taxis you needed the cameras so that you can make a safer environment, not only for yourself, the passengers also. Somebody had said, well, we've never seen any proof of cameras being effective. We actually have seen proof. We actually have seen police resolve some issues, some crimes, because of the photos that were taken from the cabs. In fact, that same cab driver was given an award at the council table because of his actions and because of his cooperation with the police. Safety for residents was always my #1 concern as we went forward with this discussion. I was really hoping that the cameras would have been the same thing for taxi as it is in Uber. A decision has been made, and I respect the decision of the majority of council. Right now, I feel that we have more restrictions towards cabs than Uber, but we have been able to help the cab drivers with some of the issues that they were facing. Very frustrating to see a company come in the past 18 months and pretty well snub the city bylaw and operate and pretty well said they don't care what we think. One question, 2 questions from the chair of Community and Protective Services. Again, they pretty well told us we don't care what you think. So I'm very torn as to how to vote for this. I think my actions have spoken towards the motions that I have voted on, but I do not want to stop another company from coming in and providing better services, or not better services, new services to our residents. What I feel is the motion that the whole package is not great. It's not something that I support wholeheartedly. But at the end of the day, the package is something that we finally do have some legislation and we finally do have some bylaw options that if Uber does not wish to follow us in the future, we will have actions that we will be able to take. So reluctantly, I will support the overall motion, but be sure that my action speaks louder than words on the votes that I have made. And as anybody who wishes to look at the votes, all I tried to do was put a level playing field, and I don't believe that was accomplished today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Monette. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can really associate very well with what Councillor Monette has just said, because I have very similar feelings. I've been under pressure in my community from people who are taxi drivers who feel their lives are being threatened, their homes and how they are going to be able to provide for their families has been threatened, and I have done what I can to help work in trying to make some changes in what was proposed today originally, and some changes have been made, but not as far as I'd like to go. And I've also been under huge pressure from people who like to use Uber, because it's a long way from Canada to the airport, and they like the cheaper fares. So it makes it a very difficult one to deal with. I still feel we have, like Councillor Monette, we have not yet reached the level playing field that we need to have. We've made some progress. The alternative of doing nothing is that Uber continues to act illegally, and they seem to get away with it because our bylaw people don't have the legal authority to charge the company itself, because the company itself is not driving the vehicles. So they have to go after the individuals, and you can't have all of our bylaw people only going after individuals doing illegal runs as pseudo taxis. So it puts the case that we need to have some regulation, some control, something over top of this company so they don't just run rampant, which is what they've been doing. I dislike supporting them at all, because not only have they been operating illegally, they have said they're going to continue to operate illegally. They don't care about the bylaws. They don't care about whether there's any rules or regulations. They feel they should live in a society where there are no rules. So we used to have those many centuries ago, and we know what happened with those. Rules and regulations, I agree, we should have the minimum required for public safety and to make sure that we get equitable types of services. And I think that's what our staff have tried to do. I don't think they've gone quite far enough. I think there's still advantages to the Uber system over the taxi system that are very difficult to completely get in line. The one big one is with myself is also the cameras. I really think that the cameras of 5 or 6 years ago, which were very expensive, technology's changed a lot in 5 or 6 years. Not only that, but we've just entered a new society now. I don't know if people realize what's happening right now. We're in the next level already of what's happening in technology. And by the time we get this all going, and things probably may not even need taxis at all, the driverless cars are going to be quite common within 5 years. And and that makes a change as well, because then you can be blind and drive a car, right? You can be infirm and be able to drive a car, because the car will drive itself. You just have to sit in it. So this is the beginning of a huge change that's going to happen, not just in the business of vehicles, but in everything else in society. And so I think I will vote today to go forward, because I want some regulation on this company, even if it's not enough. But I'll also continue to work where I can to make minor adjustments and even major adjustments as we go forward that might be able to improve the situation as we go forward. If something new comes up, we can bring it back. And we can adjust the bylaws as we go forward. And when we come back with the report in a year or so, or whenever we get it, then I will definitely be pushing at that time to get the cameras in place. And by that time, I hope we'll have a low-cost alternative that the taxi drivers can use as well as the Uber drivers, so that at least will be on a level playing field. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kakish on the final report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank my colleagues and staff as well who've worked tirelessly to bring this report together. I think my former boss and Councillor Chernyshenko summed it up nicely, that this is an imperfect report. You know, and in politics, nothing is perfect. I think you give and take, and you never get everything you want. and it's not black and white. And I think between the dozen motions that were brought forward by colleagues on Thursday and Friday and the 7 or 8 motions that were brought forward today, we've attempted to try our best to, in collaboration with the industry, to address most of their concerns, or all of the main points were raised and brought forward today. But as I said earlier, it's never black and white, and you never always get what you want. And I think this is a reasonable compromise. I think the opportunity from the questions that we asked the staff and the answers we got, the opportunity is there to address issues down the road if they come up. And I think this is, a reasonable compromise. We're doing nothing and keeping our head in the sand. The legislation is not there. It does not have the teeth to do anything to go after the industry. And so I think this is a reasonable compromise. I think with the 20 motions that were brought forward, I'm more comfortable with the amendment. Status quo, I was not going to support the report, but I think we've all collectively worked hard to make sure that all the points that were raised to us were brought forward and addressed. So I encourage colleagues to support the amended report and put this issue behind us.
Great, thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak on the report? I'd like to offer a couple of comments. First of all, thank you to all of our stakeholders and citizens who took part in a very vigorous public consultation process. I will be supporting this report as amended. Je suis à l'appui du rapport. I want to thank Councillor Deans, the Chair of CPS, Sue Jones, Anthony DeMonte, and their respective teams, my staff as well, Ryan Kennery and Serge Arpin, for their hard work. The original staff report offered a number of improvements for the taxi industry. A lot of these were long-standing irritants for both drivers and passengers. And let me review some of them, and some of them have been referenced by members of Council and Committee. It allowed taxi companies to offer reduced fares when rides are booked through their app, eliminate the $1.50 so-called convenience fee for credit and debit cards, reduce the taxi driver license by 40%, waive the taxi driver license entirely for accessible cabs, eliminate interior and trunk size requirements for vehicles, allow taxi companies to determine their own industry-specific customer service training instead of the 820 standard taxi cab driver course. And at the same time, staff proposed maintaining several key benefits for the taxi industry: exclusive use of taxi stands and lanes, exclusive rights to street hailing, exclusive paratransport contract worth about $9 million and undoubtedly rising each and every year. At committee, after 18 hours of listening to the discussion, there were a number of improvements made, and today we saw the same, a number of very good, sensible amendments that came forward. These improvements were as a direct result of the feedback we received from the taxi industry, from consumers, and from ride-sharing companies. And I thank members of Council for their active participation, particularly those members of CPS, and I know that almost all members of Council, I think Diane, came at one point or another to part of the hearings. They asked for stronger oversight, so we're making PTCs submit a list of drivers and other information proactively every 3 months instead of reactively. They asked for better enforcement, so we're giving our chief licensing inspector the power to suspend a PTC license and seek fines of up to $100,000. They've asked us to delay the implementation date, and we've delayed it for 3 months. They were concerned about HST, so we're advising Canada Revenue Agency of these changes. Now, I've met with the taxi industry, as I'm sure you have, more often than any other group in recent weeks. Plus récemment, j'ai rencontré...
Recently, I've met this group Monday night.
Transparency, let me tell you what I told them when I met them on Monday. I believe in the taxi industry. I believe that the vast majority of taxi drivers work hard and want to be ambassadors for our city. But I also hear a lot from a lot of taxi drivers and consumers that things really do need to change. Le statu quo ne fonctionne simplement.
The status quo is just not working.
It will have a vibrant taxi industry under these new rules, but it will take a new kind of thinking. For the first time, there will be competition. The owners and executives of the major cab companies in Ottawa have had a near monopoly for decades. And I think competition is a positive thing. It will make the industry better, and it will give the public what they have been asking for. Once again, I ask you to support this lighter regulatory framework, which is focused on innovation and competition. We can't be called an innovation city or a knowledge-based city if we're going to simply turn our backs to new technology that is going to come around many, many times in our term of council, and who knows what the future holds in terms of transportation in a decade or 2 decades from here. So let's lead the way together, and I appreciate the attendance of, I know many of our guests did leave, but I do want to thank those who are here for this debate. Thank you for your cooperation and your respect of our council chamber. So on the report, carried. Dissent by Councillor El-Shantiri. Great. Next is Transportation Committee Report number 13. Councillor Chernyshenko and Moffat will begin with a change of title. Councillor Chernyshenko.
Yes, quite simply, when this report or the motion was significantly amended at Transportation Committee last week, it did not cross anybody's minds to change the title to accurately reflect the change to the motion. So, in fact, the
you guys know what the hell you're doing.
Sorry.
You invited a criminal organization to come in here and ruin your city. You're going to be ruining 2,000 lives here, 2,000 homes. Do you know what you're doing?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Do you know how many lives you're ruining? This criminal organization sitting here, rubbing it in your face. Why don't you check out other cities where they're doing this over and over again? They don't care about your law, and they will keep operating with or without your law. I can't believe you're doing this to your city. This is the biggest criminal organization. The only reason why they provide cheap services is because they pay taxes, just like the cigarette smugglers. Think of what the hell you're doing, all of you. These are families you're breaking up here. These are homes. These people are your taxpayers. There's going to be a lot of homes going up for sale. Just because Diane Bees swore to me she was going to ruin them.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Now she has the time to do it.
Thank you.
She swore to me because of that.
Thank you very much. If we could ask this gentleman to leave, please.
With a criminal organization. Don't talk to me. I can't believe our city is ruining our lives. We both of you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chernyshenko, please.
On a much more mundane note, we felt it was appropriate to have the title of the motion reflect the motion that exists now. So this is quite simply a housekeeping one before we actually get into any of the substance.
Okay, so Councillor Monette.
If I were to read the new title, then it is now a study of causes of traffic congestion and the full range of solutions.
If we can shut the door, please. Thank you. Councillor Chernyshenko.
All right. The title, I'm hoping we can carry the change to the title, which just accurately reflects what the motion is.
Okay. Councillor Monette. We're going to deal with the substantive aspect I believe you want to speak to afterwards. This is just on changing the title. Anyone want to speak on changing the title or to the substantive portion? Councillor Hubley on the title? No. Okay. Okay, so on this technical amendment? Okay. Yeas and nays? Well, we haven't come to the substantive portion of it yet. Yeah. Okay, so on that, carried. So, Councillor, this is before us now, so Councillor Hubley has the floor.
If you want, Councillor Monette was ahead of me there.
I'm sorry, you don't have it's not a motion, it's a report from the committee. So you put your name on the list. Councillor Monette is the first to speak on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess on this issue, I would feel better, instead of just changing the title, that an amendment would be put into the motion that said that we will not look at pricing tools and toll issues during the study. Would that be a friendly amendment? so indirectly, yes, you've changed your title, but at the end of the day, it's still pricing tools and toll roads down the roads. No, I will not support the motion, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Monette. Councillor Aglai.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be supporting this motion. As Chair of Transportation Committee, we had a very vigorous and robust discussion and debate at committee. We had, I believe, 10 or 12 delegates from the public come out and speak to the matter, all in favor. I think that this is a better motion than we had before. This is a more all-encompassing motion in that it wants to look not only at how we might fix congestion, but more importantly, how we got here in the first place. And I think by looking at the causes of congestion, that's going to open the door for more innovative and interesting ways to tackle the problem. To Councillor Manette's point, this is not just about road tolls. Sure, road tolls may be something that's looked at in there, but it's also things like time shifting, working with communities and businesses, working with the federal government. If everybody didn't go to work at 8 o'clock in the morning and leave at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, we wouldn't have this problem. That wouldn't take anything in terms of cost to the residents to do that. That would take negotiation and discussion with businesses and, more importantly, our bigger employers like Bell, like the federal government, the civil service. And we could achieve these things. So with the TMP refresh coming up, I think this is the right place to do it. We can't make an informed decision in the city about how we deal with our congestion. We all agree that congestion is a problem. We wouldn't have spent as many millions of dollars as we are in LRT to help address the congestion issue if we didn't think it was a problem. It is a problem. And LRT will be a big piece of fixing that, but it's not going to be everything. It's not going to be the silver bullet that's going to fix all the congestion issues in the city. So it's the right time to do it. It's the right place to do it. And again, to just take a knee-jerk reaction to say, not going to do it because we might talk about tolls, does a disservice, I think. We need to have the information in front of us to make a knowledge-based decision about how to tackle this problem that's not going to go away, is not going to get better on its own, is only going to get worse as the city gets bigger. And so we have to address it. And the only way to do that is with knowledge and with information, and that's all Councillor Chernyshenko was asking to do. He's saying, well, let's have the information on the table. He's not suggesting we take any vote at this point in time as to what the appropriate remedy may be. He's not even saying, I know what all the causes could be. He's saying, let's find out what the causes are. Let's find out what the options are to address it. Let's look at other cities, other jurisdictions, see how they do it. Put that all on the table so when we're looking at our transportation master plan going forward, when we're taking into account where we're going to be in 2031 and 2041 and so on, as this problem progresses, that we will take into account the best ways to address this problem. And that doesn't in any way diminish the impact of LRT in our city. It will help. It will help a lot. But it's not going to solve everything. I think David's motion is appropriate, is reasonable, and will assist us in making the type of knowledge-based decisions we need to make if we're going to properly represent our residents. So I'll urge all of my colleagues to please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aglai. Councillor Harder, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We don't have to do a survey or spend a lot of staff time figuring out what's wrong. We're not investing enough in our infrastructure. We have a very balanced approach, but we know that the growth has slowed down. For example, we've got the development charges that aren't accruing like they should. We've slowed down some of our projects. The reason there's more people on Woodruff Avenue at Fallowfield than they expected back in 2002 is simply because it's the only freaking road we widened in Barrhaven, the #1 growth area. And you want to talk about why we have congestion? Well, I'll tell you, Councillor Chernyshenko, in the last 5 years, and Barrhaven's been the #1 growth area, we haven't had one new express bus. We didn't even have a bus to Minto Rec when it opened. We have only Milk Run, one route south of the Jock River, where Stonebridge is, Half Moon Bay, all of that growth down to the bottom of the urban boundary. Those are the real tangible reasons of why we have congestion. I'm not afraid to talk about tolls. I got to tell you that. I'm one of the people that's not. But I'm talking about tolls that would be on the roads, for example, that are the 416 and 417, where all the money, like in the States, is put into those roads, and think about those beautiful trips you take down there. Okay? As far as job sharing goes, or time sharing, or changing your time, we already do that. We already do that. Those of us that are dependent on coming in from the burbs, whether you're going to the park and ride to get on there, you want to stay away from Woodruff. I was on it this morning at 10 to 6. I had a great drive in. It was excellent. Not even the Queensway wasn't too awful. But the point is, we already know and do all of the things that we can. I am not going to support spending a bunch of taxpayers' dollars on something that we know. We've got to understand how we're going to move forward and invest in our DC-driven projects, because that's going to help us when we build the Trillium line out to Bowesville. Hopefully somebody can get to it from the southern communities in order to take advantage of that and get on to transit. That's why the suburban councillor supported the LRT, even though for some of us we're going to wait a lot longer for it to get there, because we know that that's the answer. So why would we spend money and time and really don't lose track, because oftentimes we ask staff, how much is it costing? Oh, it's costing $60,000 for a consultant, but how much staff time is going into it? Well, we don't have a number for that. It would cost us a lot of money. Until we can wrap our head around where the city's going with growth, etc., there is no good reason to do this. So I'm not supporting it, because I have given you 90% of the reasons of how we got to congestion and why it's there, and the only way that's going to fix it is money.
So you should charge them for it.
Thank you. Councillor Hubley, please.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the interventions of my colleagues, especially Councillor Manette, for pointing out that this is really just a wolf in sheep's clothing. It is all about the tolls. Just changing the name but wanting to keep the tolls in there is very disappointing. I don't understand why we would want to pay $80,000 for a consultant to tell us how people are commuting into the core every morning. As Councillor Harder said, all the suburban councillors can give you the names of the streets that people are using to get there. We do not have the traffic crisis that other cities that are being used, for example, such as London, England, or Toronto, or any of those other cities have. I can tell you that my commute in from Canada every day is on average about 30 minutes, and that's fine by me. I know in the future there'll be capacity issues, but we can plan for that, as Councillor Harder said, with better investments in our roads. I don't understand why, instead of $80,000 to consultants, we wouldn't be talking about, if we want to get more details, giving the money to our excellent staff that we have working on traffic management. Phil Landry and his group, they've done wonders for us. When I know in my area, and I've heard from other colleagues, anytime there is a traffic issue on a road, they usually come up with some pretty good solutions for us to try. This term of council, we made big investments at $40,000 each to put into traffic improvements in our area. I think that's the right way to go. I don't want to see more money going out the door to consultants to tell us what we already know. Councillor Eglai mentioned about, speaking to the federal government, and Bell Canada, I think, were the two examples he used. Both of them already do, as Councillor Harder said, as a former federal public servant and having lots of neighbours and friends that work for Bell, they're already on time shifting, time sharing. So I just saved you $80,000 in the transportation budget by letting you know it's already happening. This is a backdoor attempt to separate and create division amongst our communities, and I don't like it, and I will not be supporting this, and I caution my colleagues to not go down this road, because it is going to cause big divisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, colleagues. As you might expect, I have a somewhat different opinion on the issue of a congestion study. Really? I am looking forward to undertaking a holistic look at congestion in this city. Obviously, the road infrastructure is a part of it, but there are a number of things across the silos, across the departments that we have, that we need to take a look at as well. OC Transpo Councillor Harder raised an excellent point. Are our public transportation routes optimized? Are the prices what they need to be? In planning, are we developing really the kind of mixed-use communities that prevent those long commutes? Are we truly building communities across the city where people can live and work? Active transportation under the purview of the Transportation Committee. Are we building the bike lanes? Are we building the active transportation corridors that we need in order to address congestion? I'm looking forward to this report as an opportunity to address the overall costs of congestion, which is not just a suburban issue. You just have to take a look at Island Park Drive in the heart of our urban core to see the implications. When do we need to act? I think Councillor Hebel raised an excellent point. We're not there yet, but I'd like to get prepared for that day and have an understanding of when we're going to get there. What are the most effective tools? Are they planning tools? Are they transportation tools? Are they infrastructure tools in order to address congestion? And how are we going to prioritize investments in those? As a cross-silo look, focused on congestion issues particularly, I think we've got the opportunity to do some really interesting planning on this file. With that said, I will be supporting this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor DeRuse, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I sit on the Committee of Transportation, and I did heard most of the delegation. I just want to echo what Councillor Monette and Councillor Harder and Councillor Hubley said. And to the respect to all my colleagues, I encourage them to look at the City of Ottawa map before they start talking about study. If you want to study the whole City of Ottawa and you think $80,000 is good, it's enough, you got to think twice. And the City of Ottawa, it goes beyond the green belt. We know as a City Councilor where is our congestion. If you want to tell me where is the problem in my area, I'll tell you Leitrim, put right turn lane, widen Bank Street. We know where the issue is. We spend billions of dollars on an LRT, and we're not yet waiting to see what the benefit is from this investment. This is only to say we pay enough gas tax not to do study for us to have a toll road. But the point is, we're trying to make, we are trying to say friendly amendment. If you want to do study and you really want to spend an $80,000 from the tax dollar payer just to give them to consultant, go for it. But the issue is here, you're still looking about ways for charge the City of Ottawa citizen taxes. That's what it is, and there is a lots of argument around this table. I urge my colleague not to vote for this. This is just a little study in the downtown core. That's not going to affect the City of Ottawa at all. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to ask staff what they believe we will derive from this report that we already don't know. Because if we don't know the causes of congestion yet in this city, then I think we have a bigger problem.
Through you, Mr. Chair. We do know where congestion is happening, but this study would look at the issues behind that even further. Our response to the IPD at the time when we were talking about the congestion pricing is to look at what other cities are doing and how their solutions, whether they were effective or not, and how some solutions could be transferred to Ottawa in our context. So there was much more than just looking at congestion itself or looking at tolls elsewhere. It's really to bring all that work into the context of the city.
What are we doing now, though, to fight congestion issues and to not add to the problem of congestion, promoting work sharing and all the examples that we've given, to avoid having to have this study? People are concerned about the cost and the necessity whether it's a veiled attempt or not for something else. But I just want to know, we have a robust transportation traffic department and transit. Why are you not already doing this? Why do we need to hire a consultant to do this study?
The issue about hiring consultant was based on the previous issue about tolls and congestion. This new motion is different, and we do, you're very correct, Councillor, that we do have many programs in place to deal with congestion. From the infrastructure side, that would be our transit facilities, our active transportation. We have transportation demand management program. We have the transportation system management program that would get efficiencies out of our network, current network, with better improvements to our signalizing system and so forth. So the city already has many mechanisms in place to deal with congestion, to deal with growth in various different modes.
So is this going to be an in-house review, or are we still going with an outside consultant?
We will formulate the scope and bring that back to committee and council for review before we proceed with the TMP.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Wilkinson.
Died, is he? No.
Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Vivi, you want to stay up there a bit. When we do the master transportation plan, we are going to do, I take it, another origin destination study and have a look at where people are going within the city again, as we did the last time?
Yes.
Okay, so that is going to give us an idea of where people are flowing. Just like Councillor Harder, in our area, I have had to literally battle to get bus routes. When I get businesses calling, it's happened a number of times, we're hiring and we can't get people because they can't get here, because there's no business service at all. And I've been able to get some minor changes made because the city, in its wisdom and the budget, except for 1 year in the last 3 or 4 years, has had no money for new bus service, and yet we've had huge increases in population. And right now in the business park, we've had it's growing like crazy. So in a number of jobs, and the result of that is, and we're getting more people to use the bus, which is the whole thing behind it. So I think that we're certainly aware of when the problem areas are. We know the number one problem of the whole thing is we have a green belt that is like a noose around our neck, and you have very limited places to go through. And if they were smart and did what I've been, and many have been telling them for years, like every other city in the world has done, to put green fingers in so you save all the important lands, but you have urban development in certain areas going out. You don't have that long piece of land that adds extra cost to us for infrastructure and means we don't get what we actually need to service the population. So we know that. And there's not a lot we can do about that now, although the NCC did tell me they're starting to think about it, so maybe it's starting to move in that direction. But so I don't see that this particular study, except for the parts of it that you'll be doing in the master transportation study anyway, I don't think we need anything extra. I think we need you to do a good transportation study at that time to update where we're going. And as soon as you start putting extra things in, people start anticipating things. And I don't think it's going to happen. And right now we're in the midst of a construction boom with the light rail that's causing certain congestion. And we know when that's finished, some of that congestion will go away. So I don't see why we need this right now.
Councillor Kadri, please.
People to buy 2 cars, right?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And just a question again to maybe to Councillor Chernyshenko. That at committee, when you presented, or when your original motion came through, was based on a toll road scenario. And when you saw the objection from the committee, the wording was adjusted through the chair of the committee to present the current motion that is already approved by the committee. Now we're finding out today with the questions that one of my colleagues asked you that your intent is still to go towards the toll scenario of this motion. Maybe you can clarify for us, sir.
Can I? I mean, can I respond to a question from my colleague to clarify?
During your time, because it's not, it's actually not Councillor Chernyshenko's report.
That's my problem. This is what I would have liked to have introduced in my introduction to the motion, but apparently that's not the process
you
here,
can take notice of that question.
Yeah.
And
I will attempt to answer every question I can in my 5 minutes at the end.
Thank you for that. The concern I have is at committee, the motion carried 7-3. But I think the motion carried under what I would consider wrong pretenses. Because we thought, at least I did at committee, the fact that we were adjusting the motion that was put forward about the toll roads. Today, like I said, I'm finding out that may not be the case. So I'm going to come back to staff for a moment and suggest or ask, in terms of this congestion study that is being requested as of this morning, one of my colleagues did ask about the fact, doesn't staff already look at those things? And I think the response was, yes, you do. Maybe clarify that?
Yes, we always look at the demand, so the congestion, the demand, and then we try to find solutions, and that's rolled into our TMP.
Thank you for that, Ms. Chi. But congestion to me in different locales, in different parts of the city, as Councillor Harder mentioned, in her ward may be a different issue. In Councillor Duruz's ward may be an entirely different issue. So to me, unless you can clarify that congestion can be caused by various and many factors, depending on the location, depending on where it is, how are you going to identify what is the cause of that congestion as this motion is looking forward to?
Mr. Mayor, through our TMP, we need to look at it from the overall city perspective. So we will look for issues, whether it's by area or whether causes are more global across the city. So we'll look at all those details. And solutions, of course, have to be context sensitive.
Thank you for that. And Mr. Mayor, just to be very clear, unless I hear some, excuse me, some positive comments from Councillor Chernyshenko when he does his explanation, I will not be supporting this request as I supported his motion at committee, in the discussions at committee. So just want to make that clear, and I'll wait for the explanation from Councillor Chernyshenko. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Caudry. Councillor Kakish, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a quick question as a staff, and it's along the lines of what my colleagues are asking. So with the current wording of the motion and how it's evolved a couple of times now, is this not what we already do in terms of a transportation master plan update when we do the next one?
I think it gives a little more emphasis to our analysis and reporting on the issue of congestion and what are the solutions that the city can undertake to resolve that.
Okay, and we're through the approval, if this motion is approved, we're asking for external resources to do that as well.
If you can speak up, Councillor Kakish.
No, not necessarily, but you will, as I said, we will bring forward this statement of work or the scope of the transportation master plan, outlining the efforts and the issues, and that will be before committee for review.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nussbaum, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think staff have just answered the question, but when I heard Councillor Wilkinson speak, I just wanted to confirm that the intent of this motion is to have included as part of the statement of work for the next transportation master plan some element of an examination of the causes of congestion. I didn't think that this involved any kind of separate study or extra resources, and I think staff have just confirmed that that's not the case. This is part of a statement of work which we would already be undertaking as the review as part of our transportation master plan. So is that a correct interpretation of the report?
Mr. Mayor, until we fully define the scope of the transportation master plan, I can't say right now whether it's a separate exercise or rolled into the overall transportation master plan effort. It will be. Again, all of that will be before you.
Okay, so that will be forthcoming at some stage between now and when the transportation master plan is drafted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chernyshenko.
Thank you very much. The first thing that I really have to address is intent, because a number of people have assumed my intent or even put words in my mouth, and the only way I can clarify that is to, as honestly as possible, tell you what my intent is. My intent is to reduce congestion. And as always, to reduce congestion in the most cost-effective, responsible way possible. There's no prejudgment that it's urban, suburban, or rural. The fact is this city has congestion problems that are particularly bad in some places and verging on a problem in other places. In my 5 years as a councillor and my 40-odd years living in this city, I have seen that the assumed solution to congestion has always been limited. It has either been we need to build more infrastructure, that is a new road or a wider road, or we need to get people onto public transit and occasionally now into cycling. And that's good. But it isn't the only solution, and in some cases it may not be the most appropriate solution in a particular spot. I have had the good fortune to travel to a number of cities in the world and to have read about others, and I've seen they've tried other solutions. They have ranged from, and yes, I'll put it right out there since some are trying to characterize this as just about toll roads, in some cases a toll road has been used. A high occupancy vehicle lane has been used, sometimes free, sometimes at a fee, sometimes depending on the time of day and whether there is congestion, a fee or no fee. Variable pricing and parking has been used. Multi-directional lanes have been used depending on the congestion. These are all tools that could be available to us, but I have never seen the City of Ottawa fully study and understand outside of the status quo infrastructure and public transit. I think that at the next Transportation Master Plan, the scope of work for staff, and if necessary, some consultant input, would be to include a broader, more informed set of information for us. What I'm calling for today is that we commit ourselves to doing that study, not prejudge the outcome, not prejudge even if the recommendation was you'll solve it with toll roads, that we would even vote for them. But I'm not going down that route at this point. I simply want for the first time the City of Ottawa to include in its study pricing tools as well as the others. We amended this motion at committee because it was brought to my attention that, well, do we really fully understand what's causing congestion in the first place? And I think just from hearing from my colleagues now, there's assumptions. Yeah, I think it's this, I think it's that. But we're not really sure. We're assuming things. I think we can't assume things. I think we need to have the evidence in order to make those decisions. That's where this report, where request for this report comes from. The change of the title was actually meant to match. It's in front of us. The recommendation right now says a study on the causes of congestion in the City of Ottawa as well as potential solutions to reduce congestion. I wanted the title to say exactly that because the title just said congestion pricing tools, and that wasn't accurate. We amended it to look at cause and possible outcomes. So that's my intent. My intent is to reduce congestion in a cost-effective, environmental, socially responsible manner. I don't see how having greater knowledge can hurt us. I do see how, even if it were to cost, and I think this is well beyond what it need to, an $80,000, and that was to address a different question, even if we were to bring in consultants, we just paid KPMG, I think it was $300,000 for the report that we just completed. We, when we need to, spend money on outside consultants. When we don't need to, I'd rather we don't. But if there's specific advice, that's what staff will bring to us in advance of the next TMP and say, we've looked at this. Now that you've directed us to do it, assuming that's what we vote today, we're going to come back to you and say, here's what the terms of the study could look like, whether we can do it in-house, or whether we think it will cost additional money. But my assumption is we could be saving into the tens of millions of dollars if one of these congested roads that we hear about now could be addressed by one of those tools I've just mentioned. Then an $80,000 investment over a $60 million widening of a road would look like a great return on investment. My time is up. That's my intention. That's what I hope you'll understand, and that we'll be voting for greater knowledge. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak on this matter? I'd like to offer a couple of comments. The direction to staff going back December 2015 was very, very clear, and I'll read it to you. Provide an estimate of the level of effort and cost required to study, review best practices implemented in other cities with regards to applying road tolls, congestion charges, user fees. And the issue of $80,000 was not made up. It's actually in the report. It specifically says a consultant study of best practice in this topic would cost approximately $80,000 and would take 10 months to complete. So the report itself, or the information IPD, specifically goes on in great detail to talk about toll roads, gives a legal summary, and the irony is that the title that we just changed specifically said Review of Congestion Pricing Tools. Now, the original motion that came forward at committee was very clear in its intention, and I'll read a portion to you. To undertake a study in conjunction with the next review of the TMP of different user pay approaches as a means of reducing urban congestion. The meeting that took place at City Hall attracted a letter with 16 signatures on it, a group of supporters, who stated, based on what they thought they were coming to the committee to hear, said, we believe that introducing user fees, congestion charges for certain city roads will assist in meeting the high cost of maintenance. Now, a lot of time was spent, many groups came forward and spoke on the understanding that that was the motion that was before Transportation Committee. Specifically, many of them talked about congestion taxes and tolls, which was the original motion. Then after all the groups had spoken, the motion is completely eviscerated, and it magically removes all references to tolls and congestion fees. Well, I hate to break it to you, but we do not have a congestion problem in downtown Ottawa. We're not London, we're not Singapore, we're not Beijing, we're not Tokyo. We in fact need more people to live, move, eat, visit, shop in the core. We do have a congestion problem on Albert and Slater Street when it comes to peak periods for OC Transpo, and that's why, as Councillor Manette said at Transportation Committee, why we're investing billions of dollars to remove that congestion problem through the LRT system. The fact is that this motion really is the first step towards a congestion fee or toll. And I can't see how any suburban or rural councillor could support this. This would cost potentially hundreds of dollars for someone who works in the core but lives outside the core. And why would an urban councillor support a potential plan that would hurt their local small businesses, shops and restaurants who rely on customers and diners from outside the core to survive? Staff have enough reports and stats on traffic patterns without spending another $80,000 on a way to tax motorists even more. I would urge you to vote against this report, and I'll call yeas and nays, please.
Councillor Brockington.
No.
Councillor Tierney.
No.
Councillor Moffat.
Yes.
Councillor Caudry.
No.
Councillor Leeper.
Yes.
Councillor Aguilar.
Yes.
Conseiller Fleury.
Oui.
Councillor Taylor.
No.
Councillor Middick.
No.
Councillor Wilkinson.
No.
Councillor Deans.
No.
Conseiller Cloutier.
Oui.
Councillor Blais.
No.
Councillor McKenney.
Yes.
Councillor DeRuse.
No.
Councillor Hubley.
No.
Councillor Shirelli. Councillor Kakish.
I had a change of heart, no.
Conseiller Manette. Councillor Harder.
Nope.
Councillor Chernyshenko.
Yes.
Councillor Nussbaum.
Yes.
Councillor El-Shantiri.
No.
Mayor Watson.
No.
8 yeas, 15 nays.
Okay. Motion to adopt reports. Motion portant adoption de rapport. Councillor Brockington and Leeper, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. That the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee Report 14, Community and Protective Services Committee Reports 11 and 12, Finance and Economic Development Committee Report 13, and Transportation Committee Report 13 be received and adopted as amended.
On the motion? Carried. Motions of which have been, notice has been previously given, moved by Councillor Fleury, seconded by myself with respect to payday loans. Councillor Fleury. Well, I think Councillor Fleury has some comments. There's some members of the public who have been waiting all day for this item.
I just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everyone has read the motion, so I'll be very brief. Wanted to thank the members of ACORN, members of the Community Association in Vanier, as well as the BIA in Vanier, in helping us put together all of this. I also want to thank Mr. Mizzi and Mr. Mark, who's helped us navigate through the legal process. So we are asking the province for these amendments in the Municipal Act, and we will be reviewing the licensing. So thank you, members of council, for your support on this initiative.
Okay, on the motion, carried. Carried, thank you. The next motion that's been given notice is by Councillor Caudry, seconded by Councillor Hubley with respect to Fernbank Community Design and Canada Post. Councillor Caudry, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And this is a notice motion that we put forward, I guess, 2 weeks ago, we being Councillor Hibley and myself. And it's regarding Canada Post Corporation about the postal codes in the Fernbank lands. Just as a clarification to most of my colleagues, is the fact that in terms of this motion, it has nothing to do with Canada Post boundaries in terms of flyer distributions and so on. And this is strictly from a political representative point of view. We've got 15,000 homes being developed in this community, brand new community, and I just want to make sure that going in, as residents move in, they understand that they're moving into the community of Stittsville, as well as the fact that if they need any municipal representation, that who they should reach out to. I have no problems at the present time where, you know, some of the residents may be contacting Councillor Hubley or myself. But the issue for me is long-term. Long-term, if this is going to be part of the Stittsville ward, then it should be recognized as such, as a community that is going to be part of Stittsville. As far as changes to residents' addresses and stuff, really there are none, because Canada Post has already assigned those postal codes in the area to the residents, and those postal codes, all I'm asking Canada Post to do is to put the name of Stittsville on it. The residents can use any monogram that they want to use, whether it's Ottawa, Canada, or Stittsville, and the mail will still go through. So thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking for support from my colleagues.
On the motion, carried. Motions requiring suspension of the rules of procedure. Are there any? No. Notice of the motion for consideration of subsequent meeting. Councillor Leeper has a motion, seconded by Councillor Eglai, with respect to Ruskin Street road closure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The fairly technical amendment, or sorry, a fairly administrative motion next council meeting. The Ottawa Heart and Stroke Foundation is holding its 40th anniversary. They're looking at having a street barbecue. The road closure hours will be outside those normally permissible, so I'll be bringing a motion seeking council approval to close the road. Thank you.
Are there any other notices of motion for consideration of subsequent meeting? Motion to introduce bylaws. Councillor Brockington, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, that the bylaws listed on the agenda under motion to introduce bylaws, 3 readings, be read and passed.
Carried. Confirmation bylaw. Councillor Brockington, please.
That the following bylaw be read and passed to confirm the proceedings of the council meeting of the 13th April 2016.
Carried. We have one written inquiry. Councillor Chernyshenko, please.
Thank you very much. I have an